everybody. You know our senator, you know our governor. They're great, both of them, and they're doing a terrific job. We have a big 2 speeches today, and we have thousands and thousands of people waiting. There's never been anything like this, I will say that. With being very humble, I'll say that, Jeff. Is that okay? But there's never been anything like it. We have tremendous crowds. You saw the lines. They formed 2 days ago. So we're going to make 2 stops, and you're going to be with us a little bit, and I know you're going to be with us a little bit. And we have a very exciting election coming up. We're doing very well in North Carolina, very well in Florida, very well. Pretty much everywhere we're looking, we're doing very well. And when people find out really what we've done and how good the economy is and how it's coming back, the numbers are fantastic. So we seem to be in very good shape. Any questions?
Can you give us the latest on stimulus talks?
You know, we're having talks today. We're discussing it today very solidly. We'll see what happens.
Have you talked with Leader McConnell?
Nancy Pelosi at this moment does not want to do anything that's going to affect the election, and I think it will affect the election negatively for her. So we'll see what happens, but there are talks going on as we speak.
Have you talked with Leader McConnell?
I don't want to comment on that.
Mr. President,
But the Republicans will come along.
Mr. President, why did you criticize Dr. Fauci? Does it have anything to do with his high standing in public sentiment?
I think really Dr. Fauci's a very nice man, but we let him do what he wants to do. He gets a lot of television. He loves being on television, and we let him do it. Sometimes he says things that are a little bit off, and they get built up, unfortunately, but he's a nice guy. I like him, but he's called a lot of bad calls. He said, don't wear a mask, and he said, don't ban China. They were bad calls. He admits that, and I don't hold that against him. If I did, I wouldn't have him. No, I think he's a nice guy. Huh?
Why not fire?
I don't want to. I don't want to hurt him. He's been there for about 350 years. I don't want to hurt him.
Mr. President, sir, is this that Dr. Fauci said not to wear a mask, but he's been saying to wear a mask for months.
Well, they used to say don't wear a mask. So, you know, you have people on both sides of it. But I'm okay. Excuse me. I'm okay with masks. I like it. I think it's good. A lot of people like it. This gentleman has done an incredible job in Arizona, and he's taken a very tough stand, but he's let his economy grow. And frankly, if they would have done that in Michigan and various other places where the governors just shut it down for everybody except for a husband, his attitude, you know, they had a spike, and he let the spike play, and they were careful, and now your state is really in great shape.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So proud of
Chief
you.
of Staff said today that there'll be a lawsuit filed on Section 230 on the tech company.
Who said that? Who said that?
Mark Meadows said that as soon as today there could be a lawsuit filed. Is
Well,
that
you
from the
know,
White House?
they've been given great protection, and when they take down people like Charlie Kirk, you know, Charlie Kirk is a terrific person, and I just heard that he was taken down. And how can you take down Charlie Kirk? He's mainstream, conservative, but solid as a rock. He represents a point of view, and he's putting up something from the New York Post, which is a respected newspaper. I'll tell you what, the biggest winner in this whole thing is a newspaper called the New York Post, the oldest paper in our country. So what they have done is I'm very proud of them.
Are you filing a lawsuit, or is the campaign filing
You'll be
a lawsuit?
seeing very soon.
Sir, you understand that when it comes to science and a new virus, things change. Scientists learn new things, and that's why Fauci and some scientists change their recommendations.
You don't understand. I understand well. You don't understand, and you never have understood.
Sir, is this election going to be a repeat of 2016?
I think so. I think we'll do better than 2016. We're way ahead of where we were in 2016, and I've done things that nobody's ever done. We built the greatest economy in the world, and we're building it rapidly again. If you look at Arizona, you look at the job they've done, and I'm just leaving other states, and I mean, every one of these Republican-run states are doing phenomenally. The Democrat-run states are not, but they're not going to affect our numbers very much. I think they're going to open up on November 4th. They'll be opening up on November 4th. And by the way, the fact that Kristen Welker is, you know, a dyed-in-the-wool radical left Democrat or whatever she is, okay, then ask, why are you defending her? Then ask her, why did she delete her account? Would you please have her put her account back? And you know what? It's not going to affect, I know you want to stick up. It's not going to affect me. I'm going to be there. But you know, I told you about the last one and I was right. And I told you about Savannah Guthrie and I was right. And I'm telling you about Kristen Welker. Kristen Welker should put all of her statements back on. She deleted her entire account. She shouldn't do
What
that.
is with the mics? Are they trying to have?
What?
Are they trying to have the moderator be able to turn off the mics? Is that what?
I have no idea.
Well, Mr. President, were you testing before the?
I'm doing this. What am I doing to prepare? I'm doing this. I've done very well in debates, and you know, you do what you do. You just do what you do. The last debate I had 2-on-1. I usually have 2-on-1 at least, and I did well in the last debate, and we did well with Savannah Guthrie based on reports. But all you can do is look. You know, you go around. We do interviews with you. This is like, I call this debate prep. This is actually tougher than a debate. If you want to know the truth.
Will you do the testing before the debate, and will you authorize?
Say it.
Will you do the testing before the debate? And will you
testing?
Yes, the COVID testing. And will you authorize your doctors to tell us when?
Sure, I would have no problem with it.
Negative.
I'm not only am I free, positive or whatever, what would you call it? I'm totally free, right? Not only am I free, I'm immune, they say. They say if you've had it, you're immune. Now the question is, are you immune for 4 months or for the rest of your life? That's the only thing we don't know.
Will you authorize your doctors to tell you when you tested negative last before
Sure,
the last
is that
debate?
very important to you?
Yes,
You seem
sir,
to be
it is.
so intent. But if it's so important to you, why is it so important to you?
Because we want to know how long
I know,
the
but
debate
why?
has been.
Why?
We want to know if you followed the rules.
I know, but why
before
is
the
it
debate
so
was-
important to
Will
you?
you authorize your
Look at the
doctors to release
dedication.
that
Yeah,
information?
my doctors have already given it. You know, my doctors have given more information than has been given on any human being in the history of the world.
Would you authorize that, Mr. President?
What your campaign strategy seems to be to call Biden a criminal. Why is that?
He is a criminal. He's a criminal. He got caught, read his laptop, and you know who's a criminal? You're a criminal for not reporting it. You are a criminal for not reporting it. Let me tell you something. Joe Biden is a criminal, and he's been a criminal for a long time, and you're a criminal in the media for not reporting it. Good luck, everybody. Have a good time. Have a good time. So that was a great stop, and now we're going to Tucson. And quick trip. We have a tremendous crowd there also. This was an impressive crowd we just left. Do you agree? I mean, I think you would agree with that. We're doing very well in Arizona.
Is your state tied with Senator McSally in her re-election?
No, I don't think it has anything to do. I think she's doing fine. It's a separate. I've always viewed that as being highly overrated. I think we're very separated, but we support each other fully. But I've never been a believer that that you're tied together. I don't believe that. I know I'm doing very well. I don't know what her numbers are. I haven't looked, but I hope she does well. She's a very good person. I know my numbers, as you know, are very good in Arizona.
How are you feeling about the Senate more generally?
It's close to Senate. The Senate is not, look, as we just discussed with Kelly, I think they're very untied. It's not, a lot of people think, oh, are they tied with Trump, meaning tied together? I think that's highly overrated. But I think we have some really good races that are happening. I'm hearing that John James is doing very well as an example. I think we have some very good ones. We have some very close ones. And I think I'm doing very well. I'm an individual. I think I'm doing very well as an individual. And I probably helped some. I don't think I hurt anybody. But I don't view them as being tied together. I never did. I think that you can have very separate. I could do fantastically well in a state, and we could have a Senate candidate that does unbelievably badly. I don't think it has anything to do. It could be something nice, but I don't think it has anything to do. And I was never a big believer in that theory.
How's your stamina after campaigning for a week?
I think really good. I mean, you people can tell me better than I can. I think really good. I feel great. I don't think anybody can do what I do. When you get up before that many people, you saw that crowd, you were there?
Yes.
When you get up before that many people 3 or 4 times a day, there aren't too many people that can do that. And I really have no problem doing it. I'm doing it because it's important to do. I have to do it. And I think it's very important. And I think when I leave a crowd like that, and that's got to be 20,000 people, did you see them coming in at the end? It was incredible. When you leave a crowd like that, and I've had only crowds like that, we've had no small crowd, whether it's in Pennsylvania or any place else. Every single place has been like this, and I think there's not a person out of all of those thousands and thousands of people that won't be voting and won't be voting for me. And I think it spreads out to much bigger even than the crowd itself.
Mr. President, what is the emotion that you are campaigning with? You seem more aggressive. Are you running angry, running scared? How would you describe
No, I'm
it?
not running scared. I'm running angry because I think I'm running angry. I'm running happy, and I'm running very content because I've done a great job. And I think that's the reason you have such crowds like this. You can go back into politics 200 years, and there's never been a politician that's drawn crowds like this. I don't care who it is, and I don't care who you use and when you talk about it. And when, you know, we're talking about 2 weeks before, but I would have these crowds 6 months before too. It's the same thing. And you know, you may have a crowd like that for somebody one night before, the night before the election, as you know, where they'll have one crowd like that. But we have them, you know, very early on. No, I think very content, very content. The reason those people are there is they love the job I've done. In the end, that's what it's got to be about. But there's a certain anger because there's a lot of very unfairness going on here. Joe Biden is a corrupt politician, and you people aren't covering that, and that's not fair. Yeah, the FBI should be investigating. I don't know if they are or not, but they should be investigating them, and you'll have to call Ray and ask him. But that is, and why did they have those, and did they have it? Did they have that laptop for a long time and not do anything with it? And that's the question the Washington Times is going to have to look into. But certainly the FBI should be investigating it because on its face, he's guilty as can be. There is not even a question about it. On his face, he shouldn't be allowed to run. So we'll see how it
What do
is.
you think what you're doing to try to win over voters? Who aren't the folks who are at the rallies? They're not the
Yeah, I think that we're winning over voters by having such a success. Look, our stock market is almost at the all-time high in our history. And that's with the pandemic. And I know you don't like saying this, and I believe we're rounding the turn on the pandemic very substantially, and the vaccines will come out. But with all of this, we have the best 401ks we've ever had. We've had the best stocks, the best stock market, which is, you know, whether you like stock market or not, it's a leading indicator, the all-time leading indicator. And many people have stocks, but whether they have stocks or 401ks. So, you know, I mean, we're doing incredibly well. And we wouldn't be doing that well if I didn't build a foundation, because we got hit with the pandemic, we got hit with the China virus. And if we didn't have the strong foundation, we could never have a stock market. I mean, think of it. We have a stock market that's as high as it was just about before we got hit by the pandemic. We have housing numbers that are better. We have enthusiasm numbers in terms of the country that are better. And when the Gallup poll comes out last week and says 56% of the country are happier now than they were when Obama-Biden had their wonderful administration, I mean, that's a great compliment. So I'm really very happy. I'm very happy with the way it's going. I don't think it's being covered fairly. I don't think you're showing the kind of enthusiasm. I don't think you're showing the crowds and the crowd size you did in the Washington Times. I appreciate that. But for the most part, they're not. But these are the largest crowds ever to meet for rallies, by far, not even by a little bit. And I don't think people are showing, in terms of the media, the enthusiasm. But the main thing is the people know. One thing I've found out, the public is very smart. They get it. So I'll see you at the next stop, okay? Tucson.
If we did not know the answer on November 3rd, would you do other rallies waiting until there was a result?
Well, we'll have to see. I think you'll know. I hope you're going to know the answer on November 5th. That would be the best thing. Knowing the answer is very important. Thank you. Thank you. I might. The last 2 or 3 days, we may go to 5. 5.
All right, I want to thank you all for listening to the What is Truth podcast. My name is Greg Fernandez. We cover a lot of different topics, but most of all, we always cover Jesus Christ. I want to take a second here to just talk about the free app for Anchor.fm, where you can make your own podcast, just like I've done here. Now, first of all, it's free. There's creation tools that will allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or your computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for free. They will distribute it for you so that it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. That's right, no minimum listenership. It's very cool. It's everything that you need to make a podcast all in one place. God bless you all. Let's get back to the show.
Oh, thank you, thank you. What a crowd. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Tucson. Thank you, Tucson. Wow. Well, thank you very much, Tucson. I'm thrilled to be in Arizona with the thousands of loyal, hardworking American patriots. 15 days from now, we're going to win the state of Arizona. And we are going to win 4 more years in that beautiful White House. Everybody needs to get out and vote, return your absentee ballot, or vote. You know, you can go out there, I think today. When do you do it? Today, tomorrow, whatever. You can go out and vote today, they say. Today, go out and vote. That beats a ballot. Do you agree? That beats a ballot. Remember the old-fashioned days when you'd actually go out and vote. Today they send you millions of ballots. Are you okay over there? Everyone fine? Good? Okay. He looks better than I do, that guy. He looks better than I do. Good. Thank you. You make sure you're okay. With your vote, we'll continue to cut your taxes and regulations, maintain energy independence, which we have now, strengthen our military, support our police, protect our Second Amendment. I don't know. I don't see you people. I don't think you're going to want to give up those guns. I don't think so. That's not for Arizona. Defend our borders, arrest violent criminals, and confirm more judges to uphold the rule of law. Under my leadership, prosperity will surge. What we've done in the last 3.5 years has been incredible. Nobody's ever done what we've done. There is no administration that's accomplished what we've accomplished in the first 3.5 years. Not even close. Optimism will boom. The pandemic, it's rounding the turn. Vaccines are coming. And I look fine, don't I? You know. And we'll get back to a normal life. That's what we want. Just 7 months ago, we want to get back. It will be better than that very soon. We built a foundation that's so strong. And you see what's happening? Stock market through the roof. Your 401ks through the roof. Your stocks through the roof. Your housing through the roof. Everything is good. Your optimism. And what about 56% of the people? Just a Gallup poll just came out. 56% of the people say they're better off today than they were 4 years ago, and we have a pandemic. And next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country. That's what's going to happen. We're cutting your taxes, they're raising your taxes. That's an easy one to figure out, isn't it? This election is a choice between a Trump super recovery or a Biden depression, if he even gets to run. It's a choice between getting a safe vaccine and getting back in and working. And by the way, you have a governor here today. He's done a great job and he's kept you open. You're open. Unlike some of them, like Michigan. You know, we won the case in Michigan, you know. The only one that was allowed to have a good time was the governor's husband. He was allowed to do whatever the hell he wanted, but nobody else. They were like in a prison. But we're going to have a safe vaccine, and Biden, you know what he's going to do? Lock them down. Let's lock everybody down. But we built the greatest economy ever. We had to close it down. We saved millions of lives by doing what we did. Then we built it back up, and now we're doing record-type numbers. And it's a choice between the American dream or a socialist nightmare. That's what it is. Biden will delay therapies, postpone the vaccine, prolong the pandemic, close your schools, and shut down our country. And we're opening rapidly, and we've got a V shape. It may be a super V. It looks like it's a super V, which nobody ever even heard of before. He will massively raise your taxes, you will be buried in regulations. You know, we cut regulations. It would take 18 to 21 years to get a highway approved. We have it down to 1 year. And you know what? From 2 to 1, very shortly, to be exact. Right now, it's less than 2. We're going to have it down to 1 year, and it may get rejected for environmental reasons or safety, and that's okay. Probably not, but that's okay. But you know what? You're going to have it approved or not approved, and it's a 1-year process, not a 21-year process. And this has gone on all over the country. And in my opinion, what we've done on regulations is even more important than the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. I think it's more important. And they're going to bring all those regulations back. They want to dismantle your police departments. Dissolve your borders. Dissolve your borders. If you don't have borders, you don't have a country. Confiscate your guns. Ban American energy. Wipe out private health care. 180 million people. Terminate religious liberty. This is for the women who live in the suburbs. They want to destroy your suburbs. And I ended the rule that was going to destroy. I ended the regulation that was going to destroy. I kept hearing that women from the suburbs won't like Trump. I said, why? Because I'm stopping crime. You're going to have suburbs be safe. Suburbs, you're having safe suburbs. And you're not going to have low-income housing projects built next to your house. We ended the regulation that would have destroyed your suburbs. It's amazing how the women like me all of a sudden. And as you know, the Democrats, they want to cut our military to the bone, and we built the greatest military right now in the history of our country, frankly, in the history of the world. Biden will surrender your jobs to China. He will surrender your future to the virus, and he will surrender your country to the radical socialist left. And you see that happening. The only thing Biden wants to do is get as much as he can for himself. Have you been watching this whole thing play out? I didn't know anything about it. Oh, here's a picture of Biden playing golf with these people. I didn't know my son was taking money from Burisma. I didn't know my son got $3.5 billion from the mayor of Moscow's wife. I wonder why. And then you see all the things, right? That we have to give the man 10%. We have to give the man 10%, right? Yeah, boy. I'll tell you what. Nobody's ever seen. And the media, right, and big tech, they won't allow it. Charlie Kirk, you know Charlie Kirk, great guy? They shut down his site because he mentioned it. Look, he's a corrupt politician, this guy. He's a corrupt politician. To get the power, Biden has made a corrupt bargain in exchange for his party's nomination. He has handed control of his party over to the socialists, the communists, the Marxists, and the left-wing extremists. And that's before we get to his own personal corruption, which is more than anybody in history. I say this, it's the second biggest scandal politically in the history of our country. Number one was spying on my campaign and getting caught. Biden even chose as his running mate the most liberal senator in America, Kamala. Senator Kamala Harris is a sponsor of the Socialist Green New Deal and legislation to strip away the private health plans of 180 million Americans. And you know, her and Bernie Sanders want to do something in Arizona. They have some deal in Arizona where your taxes are going to go way up. You know that, right? Your governor, who's right over here, your great governor, was saying he's not happy with it. But Bernie Sanders, the second most liberal person, you know, she's first, right? She's considered first. They want to raise your taxes 8.5%. So I'm glad to, right, Governor? He's saying more. It's probably more. What is the name of that, Governor? Rule what? Right? You know about it? Okay, you can't have him in because they control Biden 100%. Biden is shot. You know he's shot, right? He's gonzo. Harris also urged their supporters to donate to a fund that bailed out the rioters, the ones that knocked out your towns, your cities. Not in Republican areas, by the way, all in Democrat areas. You look at Portland, how about that? We would have taken 15 minutes, we could have solved that. We told the governor, Democrat, let us in, we'll solve that problem. We went into Minneapolis, it took us a half an hour, that was over with. Unfortunately, they could have called a little earlier. And in Seattle, they gave up when they heard we were going in the next morning. But we would solve, look, all Democrat areas, New York going to hell. I feel so sad with New York. Crime is up 200, 250%. Cuomo. A terrible thing has happened in New York. Look at Chicago, Democrat again. Crime is through the roof. They had a weekend, 87 people were shot and 16 died. Okay? Now, do you believe this isn't? Hey, we're in Afghanistan. You don't lose many people. We're coming out, by the way. It's all coming. We're all coming back home. But you go to war zones, you don't have that. And we could solve it so easily. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, there's never been that chant before, seriously. We all like Ronald Reagan, I guess he'd be. But he never had that chant. We love you. Think of that. We love you. You're going to make me cry. Don't do that. I don't want to cry. I don't want to cry. Make me cry. You'll destroy my image, and then you won't love me anymore. That'll be terrible. I appreciate it. Now I do, and I feel the same way. That's why I'm doing this. I had a good life before I did this stuff, believe me. My life was very simple and very nice. The Democrat Party's war on cops is inciting riots and putting police officers and American families in very grave danger. Unlike Joe Biden, I will always support the heroes of law enforcement. And I was endorsed by almost every law enforcement group in the United States, including New York's finest, and Chicago, and Florida, and Texas, and Oklahoma, and every place. And I was just named, I have to say this happened today, the Man of the Year in their big magazine, the Blue Magazine, good name for Man of the Year. So I just tell you that, for whatever reason I tell you that. I'm the only one standing between you and a left-wing crusade. You know, you have people, they want to change our whole country. And the thing that's going to bring us back together is success. Because I'll tell you, we were ready. I was getting calls 7 months ago. We had the best employment numbers we ever had. We had the greatest success we've ever had. We were beating China at everything. You know, you kept hearing about China. We were beating everybody. And they were calling me, people that I wouldn't be speaking to generally. Let's get together. It was happening, and then we got hit by the China plague, and then we had to start all over again. But success brings us together. I saw it, and we saw it for 2 months. It was really going on. A new study of the Biden-Harris agenda found that their plans will crater the typical American family by more than $6,500. They're horrible, horrible plans to finance what? The new Green Deal. The Green New Deal is the craziest thing, right? No more airplanes, no more double cars, no more cows. If you have a ranch, you won't have cows anymore. No more you. You'll be next. In just 3 years, I increased family income by $6,000. And we're not even talking about the energy. Did you ever think you'd be seeing $2 gasoline again? And you got that? And it's plentiful, and we saved all our energy jobs. All of our energy jobs we saved. Biden will eviscerate the middle class. My policies will lift the middle class to record highs, and that's where we're going very quickly. For the last 47 years, sleepy Joe Biden shipped away your jobs, shut down your factories, threw open your borders, and ravaged our cities while sacrificing American blood and treasure in these endless, ridiculous foreign wars. In countries you never even heard of. Joe Biden is a servant of the left-wing globalists and lobbyists, the wealthy donors, the Washington vultures, who got rich bleeding America dry. You know, they raise a lot of money, the Democrats. You know why? Because they make deals. They make deals. I would be the greatest fundraiser in history if I wanted to call Wall Street. I know them all. I want $10 million for my campaign. Yes, sir. All I have to say is, I want 10 million, I want 15, I want 25. I would set every record. But you know what happens when you do that? You're selling yourself out. When you have to do something, you can't do it anymore because you feel guilty. You see them setting all sorts of records. I know what the records are. The records are every time they set a record, they gave away everything. In 2016, you voted to fire this corrupt and decrepit political establishment, and you elected an outsider as president who is finally putting America first. About time. About time. It's about time. Joe Biden is always and always has been a corrupt politician. Joe Biden is a corrupt politician. And you know what? You knew that, and a lot of people knew it for a long time, but now you have the laptop. It's over. It's over. And as far as I'm concerned, the Biden family is a criminal enterprise, and that's what it is. It's a criminal enterprise. Smoking gun emails shown. We just found them. You saw that. Did you see Shifty Schiff? We think that the laptop was made by Russia. Oh, I see. Oh, he just said it was made by Russia. Here we go again. Russia did it. Russia, Russia, Russia. You know, the head of DNI, John Ratcliffe, who's fantastic, came out and said that was false information. Now, these are bad people. These are sick people. Do you notice they never say it was made by China? Because they're all on the take. Smoking gun email show just came out that the Biden family used the vice presidency as a for-profit cash machine, and that Joe Biden has been lying to the American public to cover it up. Remember, he said, no, I never met anybody from Burisma, is it? Is it Burisma? Actually, that I understand, because he's got no memory left. It's Gonzo. Is it Burisma? No, I don't really. And then they show a picture of him playing golf with the head of Burisma. Ah, boy, oh, boy. If Biden wins, China wins, and China will own the USA. Remember what I said. The media and big tech is trying to hide the entire scandal. Do you believe what they're doing? They're taking people like a Charlie Kirk and others off if they even mention that Biden is corrupt. And they know he's corrupt, but he's their corrupt. He's so perfect for them. He's their corrupt. Because they know that publicizing these revelations would mean an end of Biden's presidential run. I think it's an end right now. Look, you know, I think it's an end right now. How the hell can you do when you see the kind of things that they do where the big guy has to get at least 10%, the big guy? I wonder who the big guy is. Gee, I wonder. When you see if you put him as president, you should be ashamed of yourselves. You want to know that? I'm not just running against Biden. I'm running against the left-wing media, the big tech giants, and the Washington swamp. And I've been running against it from the beginning. And here I am all by myself. It's true. Anybody else, they would have been in a corner right now, thumb in mouth saying, Mommy, take me home. Mommy, I want to go home. No, it's great. You know why it's great, though? Because nobody's ever done what we've done. Nobody. They flood your communities with criminal aliens, drugs, and crime while they live behind beautiful gated communities. They try to take away your guns while they enjoy private security, fully armed, by the way. How fully armed? How about Bloomberg? We are fighting guns, and he's got 5 guys around him with guns, you know. They support crippling lockdowns while their jobs and their industry remain totally exempt. It's time to send a message to these wealthy liberal hypocrites in Washington and in Silicon Valley. Show them the American people are in charge by delivering their chosen candidate, Sleepy Joe Biden, who shouldn't even be their candidate. He should have lost because Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren, if she would have dropped out the day before Super Tuesday, Joe would have lost every single state to Crazy Bernie. It's a very simple business. But we have to show them, the Democrats, a thundering defeat on November 3rd. And if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician, that's for sure. If I don't always play by the rules of the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you harder than anyone has ever fought for you, which is true. And I'm fighting so hard. I had a great life. I'm fighting so hard because I love my country and because I'm determined to ensure that the forgotten men and women of this country are never forgotten again. And they won't be. They won't be. And we taught that lesson to them 4 years ago, but we're going to teach them again because this is the most important. You know, I used to go a few months ago say, well, I don't know, this is important, that's important. Which is more important? This is the most important election in the history of our country. The Biden agenda would be a catastrophe for Arizona seniors. Do we have any seniors in the House? Biden is pledging mass amnesty and free federal health care for illegal aliens. You saw that, where he was up on the stage with his radical left Democrats. Who's willing to give free health care to illegal immigrants, right? They said to illegal immigrants, right? And everybody raised their hand and Biden couldn't get his up. Because he knew, you know, he's been doing this crap for 47 years, right? He's gone. He knew it was wrong. But then he looked, and his brain is shot, so he looked over there. And their hands were all up. Then he looked over there, and their hands were all up. There were a lot of them. He knew it was wrong because it would be so horrible for our country. Because everyone's going to flood our country. You get free health care, right? You get free health care, you get free education. I jokingly said, and everybody gets a Rolls Royce. And CNN said, that's a lie. So what happened is he couldn't get it up, and then he looked, and he looked, and he got it up. And I said, thank you, we just won the election. He would decimate Medicare if he did that. And it's not going to be up to him. That's his party. That's what they want. They want socialized medicine. And he'll destroy your Social Security. While I'm president, no one will touch your Medicare or your Social Security. You know, the amazing thing, Biden's always complaining, oh, he didn't stop China fast enough, except he didn't want to stop him at all. You know, little things like this. But, you know, he's always complaining, and yet he was here for 47 years. Right? I say, Joe, it's not like you're an outsider. And it wasn't that long ago either. 47 years, and all he does is complain. Biden had 47 years to fight for seniors and reduce prescription drug costs, and look what I've done. And I've just exercised. They're going to come down 70, 80, 90%. Because I just did something that nobody thought anybody would do. A favored nations clause. We pay the lowest in the world. You'll see numbers that are shocking. They're not happy with me, the big pharma. Big pharma is spending a lot of money. When you see those ads, please remember, every one of those ads means your drug prices are coming down. They can't believe it. I tried to make a deal with them. I did. I tried. But we couldn't. In the end, we couldn't. They got too greedy. Too much money. Too much money. But, you know, last year we brought drug prices down 1%. I'm not bragging about it. It's the first time in 52 years that drug prices came down. But now we're going for the big one. Now we're going for the big one. And, you know, rebates. You know, the richest people, the middlemen. You know the middlemen about drugs? You know that we have middlemen. Nobody knows who the hell they are. I never hear middle women. I hear middlemen, so we'll make it politically correct. Middlemen, No, they called middlemen. Nobody knows who they are. These guys are so rich. Who are they? I'll bet you Hunter gets a piece of the action, do you think? Hunter Biden is a middleman on top of everything else. He gets it from China. He gets it from Ukraine. He got $3.5 million from Russia, from Moscow. He got 3.5, and on top of everything else, he's a middleman. Nah, I'll bet he is. He probably gets a piece of the action. But instead, he sold seniors out to the drug lobby and to Big Pharma. That's Biden Sr. I'm taking on the powerful special interests like never before. Nobody's ever done this before. Nobody's ever done it before. I mean, you know, for years you heard about drug prices. Nobody ever did anything. And now you hear about drug prices and they're dropping. They're going to be dropping like a rock. Also, I'm letting your governor, your great governor, buy until the thing kicks in and probably litigation. But, you know, I've exercised this whole thing with favored nations. So if Germany pays 10 cents for a pill and we're paying $2.50, and you have that kind of disparity, it's ridiculous, that we have the right to match. In other words, we get the lowest price. But until it kicks in, Canada pays half of what we pay. So I'm letting your governor and other governors go to Canada, buy your drugs through Canada, save 50%. We get rid of the middleman. The other thing we did very big, much less than what we're talking about, but very big, we capped insulin costs for medicine and Medicare. For Medicare plans at less than $35 a month. People were dying because they couldn't afford insulin. 33 million seniors, 33, think of this, $35, but 33 million seniors on Medicare will soon be receiving $200 to help with their drug costs on top of everything else. Nobody's done. By the way, in all fairness, nobody has done anything like this. But your big thing is going to be when you see what happens with the favored nations, because you've been hearing about it for years, where other countries are paying a tiny fraction of what we bear all of the costs because our politicians sold us out. They sold us out. But I'm not a politician, so it's one of the, I couldn't stand watching it. To battle the China virus, we launched the largest mobilization since World War II. Our early and aggressive action saved more than 2 million lives. I acted early to ban travel from China and how about this? You should have done it sooner. But in the meantime, when I did it, he called me xenophobic, right? And then months later, he agreed that I was right. And now he's saying, I should have done it sooner. This guy. I also banned it from Europe because I saw with Italy and with Spain and with France. And by the way, they have a big spike right now. They have a very big spike right now, and we're doing good. We are rounding the turn. We have the vaccines coming and all, but even without, we're rounding the turn. People are pandemicked out. You know that? They're pandemicked out. That's why it's so great what your governor's done. He's opened up your state. You're doing great. We pioneered life. And by the way, you get it. You know, like I say, here I am. I'm here. I'm here. And now I'm immune. I can jump into this audience and kiss every man and woman. I'm immune. Right? They say. It used to be you're immune for life. And then when I got it, I said I'm immune. They said it's only good for 4 months. See if anybody else. You understand that, right? I'll jump into that audience right there. We pioneered life-saving therapies and reduced the fatality rate 85%. Think of it. And I had it too. I didn't feel good. I feel not so great. And I'm not used to that. And we can't let that happen to a president because we have to be at the top of our game. That's why you can't let Biden be president, because he's not at the top of his game mentally. Can't have that. One thing I can tell you, Putin, President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un, all of them, Macron, they're very much at the top of their game. You can't let this happen to our country. You can't. But I was laying, and you know, if you're president, one thing you're guaranteed, lots of doctors. And they would grab me, by every part. They had hands all over me. I said, get the hell out of here. I just don't feel good. And we ended up, I used the drug Regeneron, which nobody ever thought about 6 months ago. And I woke up the next morning and I was like, I felt like Superman. Get me out of here. I said, get me out of here. And Eli Lilly makes a similar product, and we're going to distribute that. We're trying to get emergency use so we can do it faster because it's early, but it's fantastic, antibodies. And we're going to distribute it all over, and we're going to make sure that people that have a problem, they get the same drug as I got, and I'm telling you, it'll be the same result. It'll be the same result, and it's free. We're going to do it free. Companies are working with us. Because it's not their fault, it's China's fault, it's not their fault. But I woke up and I felt good. I said, get me out of here. Boom, Superman. Through Operation Warp Speed, we will have 100 million vaccine doses before the end of the year. And our military is going to distribute them, and there's nobody like our military. The vaccine will end the pandemic, but even without the vaccine, the pandemic is ending. It's going to end. It ends with it. But, you know, this can go quickly. This can make it go a lot faster. Biden's lockdown will crush America. My plan will crush the virus and bring back your American dream. So we're joined today by some very special people. A friend of mine, somebody that's been with me from the beginning. I've been with him from the beginning. He's very difficult because when he needs something for the state, like money, he'll call me all the time. I say, Doug, do me a favor, give me a break. But I guess that's what you're supposed to do, right? That's what you want. He's supposed to call, and finally I'll say, all right, Doug, you got it. Get out of here. Promise not to call. Then he'll call me 2 weeks later. I need more. But he's a great governor, one of the greatest governors. He's done a fantastic job. You're down to very low numbers, by the way. Doug Ducey. Doug, please. And we want you to vote for Martha McSally. Save your Second Amendment. Save your Second Amendment. Doug, you want to come up? Come up, Doug. Come here for a second. Come on, Doug. I'll tell you, this guy has been a great governor. I don't know if you like him or not. I don't care. He's been a great governor. Come on.
Donald Trump will win Arizona. Donald Trump will be reelected President of the United States. And along with Donald Trump and Mike Pence, Martha McSally on November 3rd will join them in the U.S. Senate. Mr. President, because of your policies, Arizona's economy is booming. Our home values are rising faster than anywhere else in the nation. And Amy Coney Barrett will be confirmed to the Supreme Court. Joe Biden is wrong for America. Joe Biden would lock us down. Joe Biden would reduce your income $6,500, and Joe Biden would make Washington, D.C. a state. And how many presidents of the United States would protect Arizona by talking about what Bernie Sanders wants to do here by endorsing Prop 208, wanting to raise our taxes 77%. So on November 3rd, vote no on Prop 208 and vote yes for Donald Trump and Mike Pence to go back to the White House.
Thank you, Doug. He's a great governor. He's a great, great governor. What a job he's done. And you know what? We're not going to take her time or anything, but Martha McSally is here. She's saving your Second Amendment. She's been a great, great senator. Martha, come here, honey. She's been a great, great senator. And just go out and vote for Martha McSally. Save your Second Amendment. Save your Second Amendment. Thank you, Wendy. I'll see you down here. Thank you, darling. She's done a great job. And she's a worker, and she's a great fighter pilot. They told me all about her. Some of the pilots, they said she was a great fighter pilot. So thank you, Martha. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. We also have a congressional candidate that they say is a star in the making. I've heard it from a lot of people. Vote for Brandon Martin. Where's Brandon? Brandon, good luck, man. I hear it's going good? Good. Thank you, Brandon. Brandon Martin. Thank you, Brandon. You're going to do great. I heard you're doing really well. Under my administration, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world, and now we're doing it again. You know, it's Make America Great Again, right? I say, Make America Great Again, 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 again. We did it, and now we had to do it again. It's all right. It's happening. And it's happening much faster. It looks like a super V. In my first 3 years, we increased family income more than 5 times the gains in all 8 years under the last administration. Think of that. 5 times more in the first 3 years, 5 times more than 8 years of the Obama-Biden administration. That's not even believable. African American unemployment, Hispanic American unemployment, Asian American unemployment all reached record lows, the lowest in the history of our country. We lifted 6.6 million Americans out of poverty, including more than 1.5 million Hispanic Americans. That's a record. And I'm doing very well in the polls with Hispanic Americans, but I always like you and you always like me. The fake news just didn't know that. Our policies are lifting up all Americans of every income. Since the China virus, we created 11.4 million American jobs. It's a record, too. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You know, the unemployment rate, and normally I wouldn't be happy about this, right? But the unemployment rate a week ago hit 7.8%. Think of that. Now, we were hearing 42, it's going to go to 42, it's going to go to 44, it's going to go to 38. 7.8% and heading this way. Think of that. Would you believe that? Normally I wouldn't say it because we were at 3.4, 3.5 and heading even better than that, but that's okay. We'll be there soon. After the virus left China, we experienced the smallest contraction of any major Western country and the fastest recovery anywhere in the world from an economy standpoint. And we've already cut the unemployment rate in less than half. That's a fantastic thing. Under Biden and Obama, it took over 3.5 years for Arizona to regain 60% of the jobs lost in the crisis, and we've done it in 4 months. Think of that. And it wasn't our fault. Wasn't our fault. Manufacturing production is up 61%. Retail sales are up, 121%. That means more than before the pandemic. And automobile production, nobody's going to believe this one, is up 350% since April lows. 350%. I have a way that we can stop it. Elect Sleepy Joe. No, who has a 401k? Okay. So if I told you that your 401ks, and you're all at record highs or very close, right? If I told you that your 401ks will be cut in half and much worse than that, that's what's going to happen. You're going to end up in a depression with this guy. He's going to raise your taxes by 4 or 5 times, and they're going to put on regulations. Every company's going to say, let's get out of here. Because I'll tell you, the regulation cuts, which are more than any administration's ever done, the regulation cuts in their own way were more important than the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. Thank you, man. As president, I've been delivering for our incredible Hispanic American community like nobody has done before. And I'm fighting for school choice, safe neighborhoods, and Hispanic-owned small businesses. Joe Biden would wipe out your small businesses with lockdowns and regulations. You know, he said the other day, oh, I'd lock it down. Oh, great. Thanks a lot, Joe. We appreciate it. And devastate your families with massive tax hikes. He will wage war on Catholic organizations, ban charter schools, fund extreme late-term abortion, and he'll let socialists run wild. And we will never have a socialist country. We will never have it. We can't. We won't have a country. That's why we're going to win a record share of the Hispanic vote this November. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. For decades, our politicians spent trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, defending foreign borders. But now we are finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities. We are protecting our borders. You know, the wall is almost finished, right? Our southern border. And by the way, the biggest beneficiary maybe happens to be Arizona. That wall, how good is the wall? The governor was telling me before they stopped coming in. Now they come in legally. Now the wall is great. Goes down deep and it goes up high. No more tunneling. And we're bringing our jobs, our factories, our troops back home in the USA where they belong, right? Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history. Our southern border is now, and I want to thank Mexico. Mexico has right now 27,000 troops guarding our border. How about that? And we built almost 400 miles of the wall. We're averaging about 10 miles a day, and it's the best. It's exactly what Border Patrol wanted. I said, I'd like to just put up concrete plank. They said, no, sir. We got to have it this way, sir. We gave them we gave them everything they wanted, and they're really happy, and it's had a huge impact. We've got the best border that we've ever had, and you know what? You have a big chunk of it right here, and it's really worked. You have 200 miles, they tell me, 200 miles. 200 miles, I didn't even know you had. That's a lot of mileage. You're not paying a damn cent for it either. All compliments of the federal government, right? Remember when Nancy Pelosi, they all said, we don't need a wall. Walls are obsolete. Two things don't get obsolete, walls and wheels, right? Everything else is obsolete. You know, they developed a new chip yesterday. In about 15 minutes, it's going to be obsolete. They developed a new computer, 15 minutes, obsolete. The two things that will never be obsolete, a wheel and a wall. Remember the Democrats, they said, no, we want drones. We want drones. So you can have drones watching everybody pour into the country. No, nope. 200 miles of wall in Arizona, and you got it all. It's all done. Joe Biden's party continues to attack our incredible border agents, and they are, more than half of whom happen to be Hispanic Americans. I know a lot of them. Right? There we go. Yo. These are guys here. Am I right? Right? The Republican Party will always stand with the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol. These are incredible people. They're doing an incredible job. My opponent's immigration plan is the most extreme proposal ever put forward. Biden's plan would eliminate U.S. borders by implementing nationwide catch and they want nationwide catch and release. You know what catch and release is? You catch them, take their name, they could be murderers, rapists, and then you release them into our country. Guess what? We don't do that anymore, okay? That wasn't easy. But it would have made every community into, and they want to make every community into a sanctuary city. And they want to suspend all removals of illegal aliens. So what they're doing, and this is done by Crazy Bernie, right? You know, Bernie Sanders made a deal. We call it the manifesto with Joe Biden. And it's further left than Bernie ever was. Joe did a great job of negotiation. It's supposed to bring him to the right. He brought him to the left. It would mean the total nullification of U.S. borders, overwhelming every city and town in America. MS-13 and criminal cartels would rampage throughout our country freely. If Biden wins, your borders are gone, which means your health care is gone, the middle class is gone, and your safety is gone. Other than that, he's doing quite a good job. From the moment I took office, I worked night and day to stop illegal immigration. It wasn't easy, and now we've got it. And stopping it for Arizona was a big deal. I ended catch and release. I closed the lobbyist loopholes. I took down the smugglers and coyotes. These are not nice people, by the way. And I kept my promise to the American people. We are finding the drug dealers all over, and we are arresting the drug dealers like they have never been arrested before. We're finding the predators. We're finding the gang members. We're finding MS-13 killers, and we are either throwing them in jail or sending them the hell back home where they came from. We invested $2.5 trillion in our military. We have the greatest equipment now anywhere in the world. And you know, when I first got here, a very highly overrated general told me, sir, we have no ammunition. I said, no president should ever hear that. We have no ammunition. Truly. This was a general who I didn't have a lot of respect for, but he said we had no ammunition. So I said, well, we're going to have to do something. We got $2.5 trillion. We now are the envy of the world. We have weapons the likes of which nobody in the world has. Russia, China, Nobody. And for our vets, we passed VA choice and VA accountability. We killed the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. And we took out the world's #1 terrorist and mass murderer of American troops and many, many people. Soleimani is dead. I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal. $150 billion, $1.8 billion in cash. Not the best deal. It would have been ending now almost anyway. I recognized the true capital of Israel and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. They've been working on that for 52 years. I got it done in 2 hours. And instead of the endless wars, we're forging peace in the Middle East. No blood in the sand. I did more in 47 months than Joe Biden did in 47 years. A vote for Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, a limitless future, and for the American dream. It's for the American dream. Remember, you know, the Republican Party is the party of Abraham Lincoln, right? The party of American. You know, Abraham Lincoln, I tell that to people, they never knew. They said, gee, I never knew that. But Abraham, Honest Abe, was a special person. But in conclusion, over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. It's already happening. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms. We will strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens, and we will keep America out of these ridiculous foreign wars. Foreign wars. Countries you've never even heard of. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency. It's already done. It's all signed. Starts on January 1st. It'll be more important watch than health care. It'll be even more important. I'm telling you, it's the numbers you're talking about. Price transparency, remember. Further reduce the cost of prescription drugs, and we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions, always. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. It's happening soon. And NASA is now the space center of the world again. It was a mess. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God We Trust." For years, you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Arizona. This is the most important election in the history of our country. It's the most important. I never thought I'd be saying that. It's the most important. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. This is the most important election in the history of our country. And I never thought I'd be saying that. But I'm seeing where these people want to take us. They want to take us into a land that's never worked. Look at Venezuela. It's the same ideology, same philosophy. It's just a much bigger version, but it can happen. We can't let it happen. The United States will never be a socialist nation. Can't happen. So get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your co-workers, get your boss, and get out and vote. From Phoenix to Flagstaff, from Mesa to Yuma, from Tombstone, what a great name, to right here in Tucson, we stand on the shoulders of red-blooded American patriots who poured out their heart, sweat, and soul for our liberty and for our freedom. This great, great, great state. I love this state. I love this state. No, it's been, you know what? Arizona's been good to me from the beginning. From the beginning, from day one, right? We had the big victory. My first speech was in Arizona, right? Remember? Phoenix. Remember that? And we had this big convention hall. I said, how the hell are you going to fill it? And we had that thing packed, and there were lines outside. They couldn't get in. I said, wow. And that's when the fake news started saying, what the hell is going on with this Trump guy, right? Remember that in Phoenix? The big convention center was packed, and there were thousands and thousands of people. It was my first speech, and they started saying, what's that all about? Even I said, what's that all about, right? But I'm glad we all did it. We did it together, and this was the first place, Arizona. Thank you very much. Thank you. This great state was settled by some of the toughest men and strongest women ever to walk the face of the earth. Arizona is where Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday became American legends. Wyatt Earp. It's where the great American West became the American dream. And Arizona is the state where generations of pioneers and prospectors, miners and ranchers, cowboys and cattle hands, marshals and lawmen tamed the frontier, braved the blazing sun like I'm doing right now. I'm going to be like you're going to see me tomorrow. I'm going to look like a lobster. You're going to say, look what we did to him. They said, would you like to wear a hat? I said, there's no way I'm wearing a hat. I got to show these. We got to show strength, right? Strength. And showed the entire world how the West was won. This is it. They helped make America into the greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. It's happening. It's happening. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting. And we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Arizona, we have made America powerful again. We have made America wealthy again. Stock market. We have made America strong again, our military. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Arizona. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. Thank you.
Well, hello, Pennsylvania!
Between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m.
Hey everyone, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many, many more. I'm trying it out now and I love it so far. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast in one place. Come on, download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind Body Soul Productions 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. On the day the bodies were found, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in this case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved the 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive, and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally clear. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 1500303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances?
My name is Dan Hennon. I live 30 minutes away from the Crowley family crime scene in Minnesota. I am the creator of the Facebook group called Justice for David Crowley and Family. I created this group on January 19, 2015, a day I'll never forget. Almost 5 years later, we have roughly 2,800 members. And my closest ally in the search for the truth is Greg Fernandez Jr. Although Greg lives in California, and like me, has no connection to this case, he has been drawn to the bizarre nature of this case. On a personal trip to California in 2016 to conduct interviews relating to the Philip Marshall family murder case in Calaveras County, I was able to meet Greg personally as we are researchers in that case as well. I was struck by the similarities of these two horrible cases. As Greg and I are both Christians, I'm grateful that our paths crossed. We conduct faith-based research on several unsolved crimes. I consider Greg a brother and feel honored that he asked me to write the foreword to this book. As an accountant by trade, my focus is on banking transactions and anomalies that come into play relating to means, motive, and opportunity of a crime. Who benefits? Why was the crime committed? My attention to detail is something I take pride in. I'm continually amazed with Greg's tenacity to dig deeper and find the real deep details. He asks the hard questions and is persistent. Greg's attention to detail is something he's been blessed with and is a very important skill that makes this book stand out, in my opinion. The chapters Suspicious Activity, Chapter 9, and 21 Questions for Detective Gummert, Chapter 11, are very interesting. The chapter Suspicious Activity is extremely significant, and to this day is the number one area where the law enforcement investigation fell short. The lack of follow-up on essential details was stunning. The fact that friends were in the Crowley home prior to the professional cleaning being completed is nothing short of astounding. Once the investigation ended, Greg summarized the remaining questions regarding the case that weren't answered in the police report. Greg's relationship with the lead investigator, Detective James Gummert, allowed these questions to be forwarded to the Apple Valley Police Department to be answered personally by Mr. Gummert. He took the time to answer the 21 questions, and that was appreciated by both of us. Regardless if we agree or disagree with the findings/conclusions, we were able to have a cordial, respectful dialogue with the AVPD. The Gray Stage book is a well-written, extremely well-researched book that doesn't answer the questions, but instead forces the reader to use critical thinking and challenges the reader to jump into this case with both feet. This book is more of a research tool and guide for those following the case, and leaves the conclusion up to the reader as to what may or may not have happened in the Crowley home in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Greg's straightforward approach and writing style make this a quick read and one that could be accessed again and again during the reader's research. This is not a whodunit mystery book, but instead, it meticulously details the errors, missteps, and peculiar actions by family, friends, neighbors, law enforcement agencies, and various media outlets. Greg is careful not to point fingers. It accurately provides evidence why certain concerns are valid in a polite, respectful way. Greg has written many articles about this case, but he makes sure not to make this book a compilation of those articles. After poring over lab reports, ballistic reports, DNA analysis, and investigators' handwritten notes, Greg can pull tiny nuggets of useful information into the broader picture. Greg has appeared in numerous internet podcasts and radio shows relating to this case, and he and I are both interviewed and appear in the Netflix documentary A Gray State, produced by Eric Nelson. This book is a one-stop shop for all questions surrounding the case. The reason this case stands out is simple. It isn't a case that took place in the past. but a case that took place in real time on social media that evolved during and after the actual investigation was completed. This group uncovered Facebook posts on David Crowley's personal page that were hidden or removed after the bodies were found. We've tracked the dishonesty that family and friends were caught in the aftermath of this, and have exposed inconsistencies in witness statements provided to police. Our ongoing investigation continues to this day that involves dozens of talented citizen investigators on various media platforms that could lead one day to the actual solving of this crime. Much has been done to get this story into the hands and minds of the general public, but to date, there hasn't been traction on a case that we feel is exceedingly important. Getting a book like this published is crucial to raising the awareness of this case. Greg wants the readers to share this material and the book itself with others. This book is not intended to collect dust on your bookshelf, but instead be a resource that can be utilized, marked up, and sections highlighted to use along your journey to find justice for David, Comel, and Rania Crowley. The index to this book alone is 10 pages and provides the sources for each piece of information provided in the book. The title, The Gray Stage, is a well thought out name for this book. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that multiple rooms in the Crowley house were staged following this triple homicide. The living room, office, bedroom, and bathroom show that pre-planning and care was taken to confuse and throw off detectives in this case. Crime scene staging is a physical manifestation of a person's imagination for how things should appear when trying to turn a murder case into a legitimate death scene, says criminologist and death investigation consultant Laura G. Tetler, who is also vice president of the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases. Although it is not clear who committed the crimes in that home, we do know that the scene was in fact overstaged. A mistake often made by amateur criminals, and this should have been picked up by seasoned investigators. Examples include leaving the marijuana on the bedroom dresser, leaving the Quran opened up on the living room floor, writing the Islamic words in English on the wall in blood, leaving an alleged suicide note typed on a computer with no signature, playing a 53-song playlist, playing on David's laptop in a loop in the background, using hollow point bullets for a suicide, removing the dog dish water and water bowls from the home, leaving the rear slider to the patio unlocked and slightly ajar in winter, and finally, taking body parts from the scene, resulting in some to believe that the dog ate them, was all far too much for one to consider plausible. I personally believe the ugly truth will come out one day regarding what really happened to this family, and this book is a big step in that direction. I thank you for reading The Gray Stage and urge each one of you to get this book into the hands of at least one other person. Dan Hennon, October 2019. Hello and welcome. This is The Gray Stage new book written by Greg Fernandez Jr. It's a book, first of its kind, on the Crowley case in Minnesota. Today we're joined on the podcast by Stephanie, Sophia, Greg, and myself, Dan Hennon. we'll be going over the book in sequential order, in chronological order here. And tonight's episode is basically going to be chapter 1. We'll go through it in sequence and see where it leads us here with information and notable items here going through this book that we'll find interesting. Stephanie, do you want to go ahead?
According to Apple Valley Police reports, the last time anyone saw David Crowley alive was on Christmas Eve of 2014. Between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m., a neighbor across the street told authorities he and David looked at each other through their window. The neighbor, Brett Millay, did not see any activity at the Crowley house afterwards. Brett was going to close the blinds on the front of his residence, Detective Tommy Booth wrote in his report. When he looked out of the front window and saw David standing in the front window of David's residence, he said that they looked at each other and then Brett closed his shade while David had turned and walked away. Mr. Millay did not notice the Christmas presents on the front steps of the Crowley home until the day the bodies were found. Millay and his wife did not socialize with the Crowley family, but would exchange polite waves. A few days after speaking with Brett Millay and his wife, Officer Tara Becker reported, "I attempted contact at 1048 Ramsdale Drive to follow up with the Millays, but they were no longer at the residence."
When I was reading all of this stuff, it makes it seem like Brett lives directly across the street from David.
That's
right?
what I thought reading it, if he could see right across to the front window to see him standing there.
But it's totally off, and Brett's windows are really small, too. And this is supposed to happen between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve.
And this is Dan, this was the focus of that City Pages article, that front page of that illustration that was done, looking across in through the window, was supposed to be that Brett Millay impact. So this is a very impactful photo. This is the one that they used on the local City Pages article. Did
anybody ever get in contact with him at all after all this happened?
I talked to Brett Millay instant message a couple times, and I think I on the phone once, but that was it. Then he didn't return any other calls after that. Yeah, he was interested in speaking, and then that was it. Then next thing I know, I tried to contact him, and it said that on Messenger, this person's no longer available.
That's weird.
So he just deleted his Facebook or blocked you right after he said he would talk.
Yeah, deleted or blocked or something, and it got back to the question that we were looking at back at the time was when the officer says that Millays were no longer at that residence, and we were wondering if they moved, if they left, what happened, and he had clarified that they put the home up for sale. It didn't sell, and they ended up taking it off the market, and they stayed there and then ended up selling it a year or two later. But the question was, after a triple homicide like this, they were quickly, we thought, did they move out that fast? And he said, that wasn't the case. We had previously planned to put our house up for sale, but it was Tara Becker's statement that was strange because it said we tried to follow up that they were no longer at the residence. And then some people interpreted that they just weren't home. They were busy shopping that day, or they were out at a movie. What did that mean? They weren't at they were no longer at the residence. So I think what really drove the question was her verbiage that she used in the police report.
If they're no longer at the residence, that means they're not coming back. That's the way that I would interpret it.
That's how I took it too. And a lot of people on the group says, no, they maybe, they stepped out for the night. I said, well, she wouldn't have specifically used that phrase that they're no longer at the residence.
Right.
It also leads us to believe that the detectives never followed up saying, oh, they moved, they're gone, and we'll go on and, get key witness statements from the next neighbors. We'll skip over these guys. So it raised questions on two fronts. Why did she use the phrase? And why didn't they follow up? Even if they did move, they still should have followed up to get information about this case. And Tara Becker made it sound like we're done. We checked that off the list. We'll go on to the next neighbor. So that was very odd. And I do like the way, by the way, Greg, you started this book. Those 3 or 4 paragraphs right there are very, very, a very good introductory to bring the reader in to the story, because it's very odd. I do like that intro, though.
Thank you. Because he's the last one. He's the last one that ever sees David, or that claims to have.
Does Brett Millay wear glasses at all, or does he have like really good vision, or is that?
He's got a telescope. You'd need a telescope from that angle. I don't know.
Because from my house, if my neighbors are at their window, I can kind of see a shape. I wear glasses, so I can kind of see a shape if I'm in my house looking out the window. But if I'm in my driveway and they're at their window, I can actually see who it is.
But
if he wasn't directly across the street like my neighbors are, how did he know for sure that was David?
It sounds like they connected. They either made eye contact, but they, from what Brett is saying here, according to Tommy Booth, they looked at each other.
So he must have like really amazing vision if his house is not directly across the street from David's, to be able to have like looked at him and made eye contact and like visually recognized that it was David standing there.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, how did David see him back? Because it's got to go.
Right. How did he know that David saw him back? Did he wave and be like good night or anything like that?
Well, isn't their house kitty corner anyway, towards or across from the Crowleys? I believe I have a Google Maps of that neighborhood.
Yeah, that's really the best way. We had a member, Taylor, actually was the one who sent me a video where she actually pointed that out to me, and she's like, okay, look, this is where Brett's house is. This is where David's house is. How the heck could they possibly see each other? And that was just like, I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking, because if I'm looking at my neighbor's house that's kind of kitty corner to my windows, I can't see who the person actually is, much less look at their eyes to see and recognize who they are. I can see a shadow. That's odd that he was able to. Maybe it's not odd. Maybe he's got like really good eyesight to see that far. I don't know.
And it's too bad he just never clarified.
Right. That's really too bad.
I think what
that would be interesting to hear.
I think what he saw was an adult male across the in the window, and it wasn't that clear like it made it sound. So it's the whole entire comment is very suspect. I think personally, my opinion, it's kind of half right and it's kind of half wrong. It's partially right. It's not the direct view that he saw David standing there and they made eye contact. I think it was kind of kitty corner, and he saw someone standing there, that it obviously wasn't a child or a woman, so he assumed it was David. I think he saw someone else, though.
Well, that's so dangerous, though, in a case like this, to assume anything.
Correct, exactly.
Assuming is what happened, like that's where mistakes are made, when you assume things.
Well, that's what
I could assume that, the police department hid this.
Yeah,
and said David did it. That doesn't mean it's true.
The investigators should have drilled in farther onto that question with Brett Millay to say, did you see a figure of a man or did you see David? And if you saw David, how would you know that? If you were to get him on, if this was a court case and you get Brett Millay on the stand, the defense would rip him apart, because how could he safely conclude that it was David Crowley? Because there's so much.
Right. They would look at how far away the houses are and what his vision is like. They would be like, well, listen, if I was standing at my neighbor's house, I couldn't see exactly who it was unless all the lights were on. And, I've got 20/20 vision, if not better than that.
Yeah, so that
it reminds me of my cousin Vinny. That part in My Cousin Vinny where the neighbor is supposedly looking out her window while making grits or something like that, and could see the getaway vehicle, but then it turned out that they were basically blind and making the story up. I'm sorry. It just reminds me of that.
There's hundreds of neighbors around like serious crimes that, you know, they'll call and report that they saw something just to get some kind of attention. You know, it doesn't mean that they actually saw that, which is why the police are supposed to do follow-up to make sure that what is being said is the truth. That's their job. That's what I think of when I picture what an investigation is, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so how come there's like this? This is where one of the dots stops. It doesn't connect to anything else because they didn't follow up with him. He just moved. Did they never want to find out for sure if it was David they saw, to find out, like, you know, a 100% sure date of death or something like that?
That would make sense because, I mean, why would Tara Becker even follow up? What was she attempting to make contact? What was the reason she wanted to make contact with Brett?
Right.
There was a reason, and then because they're no longer there, so maybe the reason wasn't that important to where she felt she didn't need to follow up. But there was a reason why Tara Becker wanted to talk with Brett, and I think it really is what Dan's talking about. They wanted to probably see, how does this guy know that who he said was David? Did he see David like this? Did him and David make eye contact like this other times? Would he know because he's seen David walk through his house so many times that, okay, it had to be David, I can tell David's walk, or something like that? I don't know. But that's what kind of made this really stand out to me.
Because, like, you can look at a blind person and make eye contact, but that doesn't mean they're seeing you. You're seeing them, but that doesn't mean they're seeing you.
Right.
The other
you can see somebody you recognize in a passing car, but that doesn't mean they saw you. If you look at them and see their eyes, ask them about it later. It's very possible that they didn't see you, even though you saw them see you.
Greg, the other notable thing in this first few paragraphs is the Brett Millet's allegedly great eyesight here. It did not, over 3 weeks, notice any gifts on the front steps, which police say that they were there for 3 weeks. We've now, for the most part, come to the conclusion that those gifts were probably there just for 1 week, planted around the 10th or the 11th. That's just my opinion, and that would make it reasonable for Brett Millet to miss those gifts on that front stoop for up to a week. I think that's reasonable. Highly unlikely if they were sitting there for 3 weeks with that great window shot and his great vision that he wouldn't have seen the gifts. So that's another very important piece of this, that the neighbor with the great eyesight did not see any gifts at all on the front stoop.
Right, but they were supposedly there for 3 weeks.
Yeah, so that's that important. Those first 4 sections, paragraphs of the very first chapter, there's already 2 good nuggets in there already. And that, like Greg, what you said is Tara Becker may have honestly wanted to go back with her, wearing her detective cap. I'm going to go back and do a follow-up. And once she got back and says that they weren't there, it could have been, allegedly, I'll say, that the higher-ups in the police department said, you know what, let that go, let's move on to something else. If it was some part of the setup to make this case go away, maybe she did want to pursue it. No one was there. It would have been certainly something her higher-ups would have said, nope, focus on the next thing, let's move on, we don't have time for this. And that's how these things get successfully covered up on things like that. Because Tara Becker certainly would not go back and say, oh, no, I don't think so, I am going to go back. Because that's that chain of command again that's much like the military. You do what you're told and you don't question it. So that's all I can say.
So if she, for instance, had the thought of, well, how does he know for sure that that was David there? Let's go and find out. And she went to, whoever is her boss and said, hey, I'm going to try and find these people. I haven't been able to locate them because, it seems they've moved, they're not there. can I go do this? And the higher up could have possibly said, listen, we already know it's a murder-suicide. Don't even try and track that down. Don't waste time.
Yeah, whether intentional or not, I believe that was probably what would happen in this case. We got other fish to fry. Let's move on. But if it was part of the cover-up, the post-cover-up, that would certainly be the case to not be digging in to anything further. And then Tara Becker was the unwitting victim in that case, and probably she did have good, well-meaning intentions to do her detective work, but was told not to. But you're right, Greg had the best point there. There was a reason she wanted to go back to that home and do a follow-up of some sort. This wasn't something that she just wanted to bop in and follow up. She made a point to follow up. But then for some reason, it just ended. There was no follow-up, and there never was any follow-up. That's the thing that concerns us as investigators looking into this. Why not the secondary follow-up? Why didn't that ever come to fruition? Why did that never did happen? And there's your answer. It was probably told by some higher up not to do it. Don't waste your time. And let's move on to something else. That's probably how these chips started to fall into place. All right, this stands on a good spot. All right, Officer Tara Becker. Once again, we're just talking about Tara Becker, but Officer Tara Becker also spoke with the neighbors who lived directly across the street from the Crowley family, William and Anne Marie Hickson. Mrs. Hickson didn't know their names, Officer Becker reported. She only indicated that a white male lived there and that he appeared to be a good father to their little girl, who was approximately 5 years old. Mrs. Hickson also saw a light or candle come on inside the Crowley house every day since Christmas, according to Officer Becker's report. Teresa Shepard lived behind David Crowley on Lowell Drive. According to her interview with Detective Brian Bone, Shepard was out of town until December 23rd, 2014. Unlike Mrs. Hickson, Shepard did not see any lights on at the Crowley home and wondered if they were on vacation. Shortly after Shepard arrived home, Detective Bone reported she noticed that the rear sliding patio door was standing partially open. She said from her vantage point, she could not say if this was the patio door or the screen door that was standing open, but she could see a door was ajar at the rear patio door area. Shepard did not hear or see anything else unusual at the Crowley residence. At the end of his report, Detective Bone noted, quote, Shepard did not call the police about the door that she had seen ajar.
You have this other neighbor who sees this light or this candle, but Brett doesn't talk about a light or a candle or anything like that. So maybe that was another reason why Tara Becker wanted to follow up, because maybe to ask about this light. What is this light? Because what lights were on there? What lights were on in this house? Just the one kitchen light.
That's what I was wondering, is what light she could have been talking about. Because if it was a candle or a light, would she have been able to see it on during the day if it was just left on?
I agree.
Did we notice anything in the crime scene photos that would have been on a timer?
That's
I didn't.
Also,
yeah, that was one of that was one of the good theories. Was that maybe there was some timer? Maybe those Christmas lights that we see strung behind the back, maybe they were on some type of a timer. That would. And I also have an
issue with the whole door being ajar, because it was slightly cracked open, a fourth of an inch, supposedly, from what the police reports say. How would she be able to see that from her window?
Well, now
it was.
That's Shepard.
That's a different person. That's Teresa Shepard, who lived behind David.
My thing with this is, Detective Bone noted Shepard did not call the police about the door she had seen ajar. If she didn't know anything was going on over there, why would she be suspicious that their door's open?
So here's what I think.
If she didn't hear anything and there was no, like, serious signs that something was wrong over there, why would she call the police when her neighbors had their door open? That'd be like calling the police on your neighbor for their car not being in their driveway.
Yeah, these are some good points. I'm going to circle back and finish up with the Hickson item, okay. And I don't know, Greg, if you have anything more with Hickson either, but here's what I see in the Hickson. One is important for what we see in the notes, and the other thing that's even probably more important is what isn't mentioned from Miss Hickson. Number one, what isn't mentioned. Her view is directly across the street. It leads us to believe it's actually a better view than Brett Millay. Hickson doesn't mention anything about gifts for 3 weeks being on the front stoop. I think that's the big thing that's missing from Hickson. And then the other thing she says is that light or the candle, and I agree with Stephanie, it could have been something that's on all day long. She just wouldn't have seen it during the day because the sun is out. And she would have seen it, of course, every night when the sun goes down. That could be easily explained away as something on a timer as well. So I don't know what that relates to. Hickson's account really doesn't give us anything. Now the Shepherd, if we can move on to the Shepherd, the house behind, I think this is where we get some good information. We get the first instance of a sliding door that's ajar on the patio. Now when we know that the officers first appeared on the scene, the back rear slider was slightly ajar. We're talking 1/4 of an inch, something very, very small. Shepherd's account says that the door, whether it was the glass patio door or the screen door, one of those or both of those was open from her house, which means it was a lot larger than 1/4 of an inch. She wouldn't have taken note of something being just open 1/4 inch. I'm thinking this was 6-7 inches open or something. Would have been noticeable from the neighbor's house. That's pretty
right. It would have had to been open at least enough for somebody to fit through it or an animal to fit through it for her to be able to see it from her house.
Yep, and she didn't notice anything unusual, and she didn't call, and that would make sense. I don't think I would call if I saw a neighbor's door open a few inches or something either. So, but
right, like if it was a couple days open, she probably would have thought it was weird.
Yes.
But if it was just open one day and then closed the next, she wouldn't have thought it was weird, which is why she wouldn't have called the police.
Yeah, they hadn't been there.
And she had been on vacation, out of town. She got back and then saw it open. So the question is, if this was the 23rd, out of town until the 23rd, and then shortly after she arrived home, that door was open at one point. So then the question is, was it when the Crowleys were still alive, or was it after that someone was opening and closing that door? So the timing here hurts us because we can't narrow down. But I do think it's safe to conclude that it wasn't open just 1/4 of an inch, enough for her to notice that it was open, which means, and this is January, or this is December once again, winter in Minnesota, regardless if it's December or January, your patio doors are not open at all.
I yell at everybody who leaves the door open in my house. That's heat getting out. So I don't know why anybody even if it's not like down below freezing, if it is still like a spring warm day in January, I'm still not leaving my doors open. They had a dog. I have cats, so I mean, not only that, but again, that's heat leaving the house. So, I mean, you might leave it open for a couple of seconds, but then you're going to close it. If somebody was going in and out of there, they would have closed it, and maybe not closed it all the way. And wasn't it broken or something, like the latch on it?
It's not in police reports. I think that would have been mentioned if it was.
It's only been mentioned by the friends saying that it was broken, and everybody who knew David and Kamel knew that the back door was broken.
I think that's quite interesting that it's not mentioned that it's broken in the police reports, but all of the friends say it was common knowledge.
Yeah.
If it was broken, that would have that would have forced them to look at signs of somebody breaking into the house, right? Forced entry.
And they make very, very sure to put in here that there are no signs of forced entry. They made it a very big point. Yeah. They didn't, beat around the bush about that. We didn't see this, broken. This didn't seem messed up. No, they make it a very solid point. No forced entry was observed.
So
if they can do that,
forced entry.
Right. So the door was open. So why would you need to have any forced entry? You're not going to need to bust open the front door if the back slider doesn't lock, and you know that. I had a sliding door several years ago, and I put a bar because the lock it didn't always catch. It didn't always go down. It was old. So I would put like a curtain rod in there, like in the track of it. So even if, you pulled the door, it would only open like a quarter of an inch.
Well, David built his own bathroom. He built a lot of stuff. Are you telling me he didn't know how to fix a broken rear slider? I'm just not buying that either.
That's
especially
a good point too.
With the child in the house and it's winter. No, that doesn't make sense. But I don't see any proof that it was broken either. So, and I think if it was, I think they would have said so. Anything else on Shepard? It's also kind of weird how Shepard, she doesn't see any activity in the house from December 23rd. Once she gets back, were they already dead? I guess that's when I read her statement. That was my first thought was, well, maybe they were already dead. But then you see Brett, who sees David on the following day. So, but then like Christmas, nobody.
That's what leads into the theory that they were taken out of the house or they were being tortured because none of the neighbors noted any activity at weird random times that don't match up with how long the bodies had been decomposed for.
Right. Nobody's saying, okay, we know, this is when we last were, the family was gone from this time. Everybody just thought that they were gone for Christmas. What was the date that everybody was last seen? It was December 19th when they picked up their daughter, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much
from the school.
Yeah, from the school. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself with that there, but anything else on Shepard?
Just to clarify that Shepard didn't see anything unusual at the house. It doesn't say that she didn't see any activity at the house. She just said unusual. So that can be taken a variety of ways. And because they're behind the house, Shepard seeing the gifts would not come into play here.
I see.
Right. She wouldn't see the front of their house unless she was driving by over there.
That'll tie in, I guess, with what one of the other neighbors behind their house sees, too. So, okay, I'll go next for Larry and Lorraine Tuppy. Larry and Lorraine Tuppy lived one house east of the Crowley family on Ramsdale Drive. Officer Tara Becker spoke with Lorraine Tuppy the day the bodies were found. Her husband was at their cabinet up north, and Mrs. Tuppy didn't see the Crowley family in over 3 weeks, did not know the family very well, and couldn't remember the name of David's wife. And Mr. Tuppy conversed with David more than Mrs. Tuppy did. According to Officer Becker, David Crowley told Mr. Tuppy about a screenplay he sold. Tuppy stated that she knew David to be somewhat of an artist, wrote Becker, in that he was doing some work with screenplays and films and had told her husband that he had sold a screenplay and was working with some lawyers and that it had something to do with guns and gun control and or possibly the gun industry. Directly behind David's house on Lowell Drive lived a father and daughter. Both spoke with Detective Michael Tietz and Detective Sean McKnight. According to Detective Tietz, Mark Torkelson and his daughter said the Crowley home had been dark since Christmas and that they hadn't seen any occupants in a long time. The daughter said her room was on the back of the house and that lights on the back of the neighbor's house would shine into her room if they were on. This female stated she hadn't seen anyone at the Crowley residence since the weekend before Christmas school break, which started 12/19/14. Also, the daughter told the detective she never heard David and Kamel fight. At some point, the female was going to babysit for Rania, but thought David was against the idea.
Did anybody ever find out why she thought David was against the idea? Was that followed up on?
No. No. Never followed up on.
So why are all these neighbors' accounts not matching up? Like, they say the lights were off. And the other neighbor said she saw either a light or a candle.
This daughter says that she would see any activity if there was any activity in that house, if there were any lights on. So the other neighbor, going back to Shepherd, and she doesn't see any lights on.
Right.
At the same time. So you have some people seeing lights on, other people not seeing lights on. And it can drive me crazy sometimes thinking about that. When was the last time these people saw them? Go ahead, Sophia.
Would it make a difference whether it was people in front of the Crowley house that were seeing lights versus the people behind the Crowley house?
Well, I think that the people who lived in front of the Crowley house should have the same story, and the people that lived in the back of the house should have the same story, in which the facts should meet up on whether or not the lights were on.
Shepherd didn't see any lights. Neither did the other neighbors behind. They didn't see any lights. So it was only one person who saw lights, and they were at the front.
People in the back aren't seeing lights. People in the front are.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
I wonder if it could have been a flashlight.
That's just on?
I don't know. It's just weird. Unless there was something that had been on a timer.
If you go with the theory that they were out of that house, it is possible that whoever committed this, if it wasn't David, that they were in there staging things, like the blood on the wall, and I don't know, who knows what all they did? Who knows what all? Maybe they're the ones who neatly put everything back on those shelves. You know, who knows?
But this is a small town, and if you're going to put a body back, to move a body back into that house and then to stage, they would still have to stage a lot of different things.
But at night, if you think about it, at night, if you knew the yard you were walking through with like the back of your hand, you could walk through it in the dark, right?
Right.
And then over a 3-week period, those footprints of somebody walking through the backyard would have disappeared if it snowed or the wind blew or it rained or anything. So theoretically, you could, under the cover of darkness, get into the back of this house without neighbors noticing you, put the bodies there. Before you put the bodies there, go in there and like stage things, and maybe that's the light that they saw, and then, you know, go and draw open the blinds and call Dan up and say, hey, come on, let's put those presents there. Nobody's found them yet. Or however it was done, you know, because this is theoretical. We can't find the proof yet. We're trying. That's the whole point. You could almost write a whole book of just questions on this.
You'd go crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you could. 500 pages of 500 questions. Question each page.
Just on questions while you're reading this. You know, start at the front of a notebook and don't stop till you get to the end of this book. I mean, just questions, not facts, not anything. Just questions you come up with. They'll add up. And I bet you'd have more questions than any of these detectives asked, or at least that we're seeing the proof that they asked.
The other thing with the Tupis family, there's one thing that's interesting once again, and one thing that's interesting that's not mentioned again. They're the next door neighbors. Neither the husband or the wife have seen gifts at all. Not mentioned. And the husband, Larry, makes a very fine observation here, which turns out, after the information that we know now is true, the very fine information says that David Crowley sold a screenplay. We know that now to be fact. He did. And he also said that he was working with some lawyers on a film that he was working on, also a fact. And had something to do with guns or gun control, also, for the most part, fact. So, Mr. Larry, kudos to him, 100% spot on. So David was telling him honest-to-goodness things that was going on that even the Gray State Project guys weren't even aware of, that he had sold the script and was working with lawyers and moving forward with the contract. That's huge.
How was this how be telling him, yeah, I'm working with lawyers and I sold a screenplay. You know, if it's just a neighbor that you don't really know any personal information about, why would you give that much personal information?
I don't know why, but the fact of the matter is that he did. So that's all we need to look at, I think.
Yep, he did.
And it shows right there that, I mean, he wasn't, I mean, at least to me, that statement said he wasn't, like, down in the dumps and ready to just, like, blow everybody away.
Right. And he didn't walk away either.
Right. He didn't walk away either, like he told his father, supposedly, in the text messages.
That's a great point, too.
And then I think with the other house, I think the daughter about the babysitting, I don't think I see a daughter that age telling police, you know what, I think we weren't going to do babysitting because I think David was against the idea. That, in my personal opinion, I think was a planted narrative seed added to the police report after the interview was done.
I was wondering if they maybe...
I don't want to babysit, or they didn't want me to babysit, or they never followed up with me potentially babysitting in the future. But I have a hard time thinking that she said to police that David was against the idea. I think that was edited in later as part of the cover-up, because once again, it's planting that seed that he is the bad guy.
Right.
Okay, but do you think that they could have phrased that question to her to kind of create that, to get that response?
Like leading? Yes.
Yeah, definitely. And do we know how old she is?
She was underage. She was actually taken out of the 94 pages, and I did not put her name in this book. But it is out there. But I think she was 16 or 15 at the time.
She wouldn't have voluntarily opted that up of, I never babysat because David didn't want me to. She wouldn't have opted that up. Have you tried getting information like that out of any girl under the age of 18?
Well, they're all different, so you never know.
They are, but they don't readily just, you've got to ask them questions certain ways to get the information you want out of them. Because otherwise, they give you base answers. Fine, okay, yes, no.
Yeah, maybe they weren't getting the answers that they wanted when she's saying, the house has been dark since Christmas. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's actually an answer that they would want. So,
they could have said, like, if she said, well, I was supposed to babysit one time, but it fell through, they could have said, well, why do you think it fell through? Do you think, like, it was something against you, or, like, what was the situation? Plans changed or whatever. That way that idea is there for her to say, well, I think maybe it was more of a David didn't want me to, so it just never happened. That could have happened.
Yeah, her big statement for me is when she says that she hasn't seen anybody in the house since December 19th, which is the same day that anybody has ever seen David, or any of them.
Yeah.
It's an interesting date. So I don't know. I never thought about the fact they could be leading.
And is she the only one who said that?
Yeah. But even to babysit, even for it to be a consideration, wouldn't you think there is a relationship there, right? I mean, somewhat of a good one to even think, oh, well, maybe we could have this person do it. Or do you think
I've never asked my neighbors to babysit my kids. I always ask somebody I know, like intimately, that they're a good kid.
Yeah.
And
So-
we don't have teenagers babysit our toddler. It's
Right.
adults that babysit.
Where I live,
Only-
you can actually go and take classes and get certified, like in CPR and whatnot. To be, you've got to be at least 14, but you can actually legally be a babysitter with that card.
But I can tell you right now, we won't allow anybody under the age of 18 to watch our 3-year-old.
Oh, I don't blame you there.
Yeah.
I'm very leery about leaving anybody with my kids because they're monsters.
But how about a 5-year-old? Not a 5-year-old?
No, not even a 5-year-old.
No.
I wouldn't. My 5-year-old, I would not leave with my next door neighbor's kid. I wouldn't do it if I didn't know them intimately, if we hadn't like been around them to see that they're a good influence to be around a 5-year-old.
Well, let's see. Unless you have anything else on this.
I've got
point.
one last comment, Greg. The comments, and the ladies can maybe help me out on this one. The babysitter girl, this is the young girl now, said that she doesn't remember seeing anyone at the Crowley house since, quote, the weekend before Christmas school break. She was interviewed here probably January 19th, I'm guessing, 18th. Hasn't seen him since December 19th. That's a month. I think if you were a teenage girl, when's the last time you saw someone at the neighbor's house? I think the answer would be, I haven't seen someone over there in a week or two. Heck, maybe it was 3 weeks. But to say, since the weekend before Christmas break, that seems to be either something that
Quite specific.
Once again, just to plant that seed, that I don't see a teenage girl saying, since the weekend before Christmas break, the 19th of December. That's something that happened a month ago. And a teenage, they probably, they're not thinking too much, probably forgot what they did the week before at that age. Boys and girls.
Unless something specifically, like, important to that girl happened around the time that she last noticed anything at the Crowley residence,
and
I do not believe that in a month's time she would be able to recall, and that's just based on her age. I don't know her. I don't know if she's like an exceptionally smart kid who's got a photographic memory. We don't know. But for her to be that young, if she had imprinted in her mind that the week before Christmas school break, she had to have had something significant happen within the few minutes of time that she
remembered it. There's an accident.
Right, that should have been in there.
Nothing else was in there, so it seems to me that it's just inserted in there for God knows why, what reason. But I just saw that. That struck me as odd. That's all.
Yeah, I agree on that one.
Me too.
To be that specific.
I kind of think because it's Christmas school break, that's a big deal, right? I mean, you would kind of know. It's kind of like a marker. You're like, hey, I'm out for 2 weeks now. Of course, that's one of the days I would remember. No, I always look forward to it. It was always a Friday.
Well,
this was a Friday.
I agree. She would look forward to it. The teenage daughter would.
Yeah.
But would that tie directly into when she last saw some activity in the neighbor's home in the backyard?
Oh, I see.
Right.
I'm just saying from that it doesn't correlate. What's the correlation there?
If somebody was to ask you, Greg, where were you April 7th, 1997?
Right.
Would you remember?
No.
Like right off the top of your... No. Nobody would. They'd have to sit and think about it.
Correct.
So think about a month ago.
Right. But
a month ago from today.
Okay, but first of all, this date that was added, I think you guys are right. I think some of this is kind of creative
like
writing.
It was put in there to kind of build up.
Yeah, because I think they put in this date, and they put in the date wrong. They put 12/19/15. I'm the one who, in this book, put the correct date, so they didn't get it right. They didn't have the year right, so yeah, I don't know. It's all saying
Well,
that.
they did that often throughout the reports, because you'll notice that on the search warrants, too, that the date and year is wrong.
I really was hoping we could just chalk that one up to the fact that it was a new year. But the more you look at how many times they got it wrong, you really have to wonder if it is, in fact, just a coincidence.
I think the thing to consider, in going through this book that Greg wrote is the creative writing in all these lines here, because we do know to some extent the Apple Valley Police Department at some level was involved in this cover up. Was it right away though, or was it after? And so I think when Tara Becker and Detective Teets went, door to door and started doing these witness interviews and talking, it probably started off very innocently enough, and they were asking honest questions. But when it came time to write the report, by this time, we're starting to see potentially some of these creative phrases being fluffed up in the police report. And so that's what I'm talking about here. I don't know if they were having necessarily leading questions for this babysitter to get certain answers out. And that would be good, because that would be placing these detectives on the street here, the guys, the low-level guys, involved in the cover-up. And a lot of times with those types of things, they are not at that level. Only the higher-ups are involved in the cover-up. The lower-level workers are just the puppets doing what they're told. They don't need to be involved in the cover-up, because when they go to write the reports later, these can always be edited and changed to however they seem fit. So that's just my opinion once again, but we do know that they were involved somehow in the cover-up because of the files that we received, the pictures, the various things that are not correct, the photographs, and we'll get into all that later. But we do know that they were involved at some point. All right. That's
well,
all
not only that, but the moving and manipulating of the skull piece too. Right there, while at the crime scene, they're doing it. I think it was
possible. Sorry.
No, I just think that the cover-up started almost immediately.
And
is it possible that Wish, as new to this as she was, she just really wanted to find something going door to door, so maybe she put an actual date in there just to have that information? I mean, it's plausible. It's possible. I mean, I don't want to ever accuse somebody of that, but, being so new, I mean, I've been pulled over, and given tickets by really young cops that, they're just graduated. This is like their first ride along where somebody gets pulled over and they just want to find something, so they're jerks. They want to find something, so they're trying to make something appear, And it's not really that they're purposely trying to mess up an investigation. It's that they want some sort of recognition as them having a part in a big case, if it was to go there. Is that like not online with this woman, or is it known, or
speculation? I think, right? So I don't know.
I mean, that was just my question, my thought. I have no idea. I definitely wouldn't want to ruin this woman's reputation by saying that, because I don't know.
Right. And that's why I try to stay away from the speculation, all that stuff, as much as possible, but you can't help it. And there's nothing wrong with playing these scenarios out and thinking about this stuff. I think it's sometimes people will just kind of hook onto one theory or hook onto one thing and kind of they won't let go to it. In this case, that's really hard. If you're going to do that in this case, it's going to be really hard to really grasp all of these different things that are happening, all these spider webs that are just kind of leading into different areas. And it's very easy to just kind of get lost in this case and then just, give up.
There are a lot of cases where they end up finding that it was a staged scene because one detective didn't like what everybody else thought. So who's to say in this case all these cops didn't just say, "Oh, you think it's that? What about you? You think it's murder-suicide? All right, yeah, let's go with that."
Right. Yeah, and that's why we want to keep those doors open because we don't know. We don't know if there are people out there in law enforcement that are trying to help us. We don't know if there are, people out there in law enforcement that are trying to help us or trying to do the right thing in this case, which is just to help us get the case reopened to figure out a lot of these unanswered questions. And the biggest question is, what proves David Crowley guilty? And I think if we ever get to that point, we'll get our answer. So, Sophia, if you want to at least read the next 3 paragraphs, that would be great.
Alan and Gina Olson also lived behind the Crowley residence on Lowell Drive. Detective Brian Bone first spoke with Gina Olson, who mentioned her husband heard 3 rapid-fired shots from somewhere outside of their residence. A day later, Detective Bone followed up with Alan Olson to learn more about the gunshots he heard before December 31st, 2014. Mr. Olson stated he was sitting in his living room one evening with his daughter when he heard 3 rapid-fired gunshots somewhere outside of his house. Olson could not remember exactly where the sounds came from, but he was certain he heard gunshots. Olson told Detective Bone that he and his family were home between 1 p.m. on Christmas Eve and 1 p.m. on Christmas Day. However, Mr. Olson was unsure if he heard the gunshots on either of those days. Detective Bone's report ended by stating Alan explained that he had not called the police because he did not have any specific information about when he had heard the shots. Colin and Judy Procknell lived one house west of David Crowley on Ramsdale Drive. Colin Procknell reportedly heard gunshots sometime between December 2nd and December 19th, 2014. Mr. Procknell was able to narrow down the date to December 9th or December 10th, sometime between 1 p.m. and 2 a.m. most likely. Mr. Procknell also believed the gunshots came from the direction of the Crowley residence. Colin did not contact law enforcement, Officer Tara Becker reported, but stated that he checked out his front door and didn't see anything and checked out of the back of his residence and thought it was fireworks. The Procknells believed they last saw the Crowleys just before Christmas. Officer John Broughton wrote this in his report. According to Joe Cooksley's notes, written on January 17, 2015, Colin Procknell blew out the driveway on December 25, 2014.
I can start this one off with the Olsons. This is Alan and Gina, lives behind the house. And I think the thing here to note is that this individual, Alan Olson, heard 3 rapid-fire shots, later says that they were gunshots. Couldn't exactly remember where they came from, but he was certain they were gunshots. I think that's huge because someone who's used to being around weapons or guns or hunting, which I don't know about this Mr. Olson, but because he used the phrase certainly were gunshots, leads me to believe he wasn't guessing. He knows the sound. An average person would think that these were fireworks or something going off. And
a car backfiring.
Yep. So
Mm-hmm.
he knew it, and they were rapid fire. So that is probably legit. Now, he doesn't know the dates, though. And it just says they're before December 31st. So that is, I think that's relevant. That's valid data. If it relates to the Crowley killings or not, we don't know, but that's something huge. Now, the fact that he didn't call police, I think in that case, he thought that if he would call police, they would say, where were the shots coming from? What, all these questions. And he thought, well, I don't know the answer to those, so I'm not going to call them. The difference with that is you would still potentially call police to report suspicious activity, gunshots going off, even if you can't locate what direction or any, answer any other questions to it. At least you could have something on record with police that gunshots were fired or heard in that neighborhood on that specific date. That would have been helpful if he would have called, even if he had no answers, just to get it on the record books that there was suspicious activity in the house. Now later, when the friends were over on January 19th, after the bodies were there, another neighbor did call and say, there's suspicious activity in that house. That person did not give any other specifics, just simply said, can you please respond to some, suspicious activity? So the Alan Olson case here would have been very helpful if he did call to report gunshots. Obviously, that's where they were. He also says that they were home between Christmas Day and Christmas Eve. I don't think that's got anything to do with anything, because these gunshots were heard toward the end of the year, later in the week, up by the 31st. So I don't know what that is, but I can vouch. I think that's legitimate. What he heard was legitimate, because he said he was certain that they were indeed gunshots.
Wasn't there 3 bullets that had Kamel's
Yes. That were all found right there on the carpet.
Mm-hmm.
But then we also have the bullet in the basement, Ronnie's bullet, another bullet laying on the carpet. It was a whole bullet with the casing. It was an unfired one. A bullet fragment. So, there was a lot more than just 3.
Correct. And the point with this for Olson is, even though he's got it correct, if this does lead to 2 separate shootings, if this does relate to any involvement with the Crowleys, we know that at least 5 shots were fired, and so shootings took place at 2 different times. That would lead us to suspect, which doesn't really jive with the official story of everyone being shot once in a simple double homicide murder, double homicide suicide, with 3 nice
right, because
shots
who's
fired.
to say that the first neighbor that heard the 3 rapid fire shots, maybe he heard, the first set, and then the next neighbor later on heard the shots for, whoever, or the shot into the ceiling or the basement, or...
Because you have 5 shots at least, right?
Yeah, you'd have 2
Right.
2 separate incidences of shots fired, and that doesn't really jive. So I think this story, which is very important, I think it's kind of dies off in the police report, because they don't do anything more with it. But that's huge.
Right.
If there were 2 separate shootings. Now we also know the bodies were not there for 3 weeks, probably because of the decomposition of the bodies. And if someone was shot earlier, for instance, Kamel, she would have a different rate of the decomposition if she was shot around that time. So it certainly could be the case. It certainly could mean nothing. But I think it's relevant because of the time.
Right.
And Colin's story doesn't line up with activity that has been on the bank account, Kamel's phone records, the school seeing David and Kamel picking up Ronnie on the 19th. So all of his story doesn't line up with the evidence that we actually have. So,
and the only thing I can say with the Colin Prochnow thing is he heard shots. It looks like he's trying to decipher when he heard the shots, but when you finish reading his story, all of it is irrelevant.
Yeah,
I think between the 2nd and the 19th and there was no shootings between the 2nd and the 19th that related to the Crowleys. So that's not pertinent at all. And then he's got it narrowed down to the 9th or the 10th, and he thinks it's between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. That's got nothing also to do with anything. And he also did not contact law enforcement. So a lot of that is just fluff, 2 paragraphs that really means nothing. It has nothing of value. And he thought it was fireworks. Well, that's probably true. Now he goes on to say,
sorry.
Go ahead.
If Colin didn't know like what a gunshot sounded like, he could have related it to fireworks.
Correct. Most people would think that's what they actually think they are when they hear gunshots later, for instance, a mass shooting or something. They'll say, "I thought it was fireworks." So that's a normal response. Now he goes on to say that the last time he saw them was, quote, just before Christmas. So once again, we get this 3-week narrative that the family was missing from all the neighbors all nicely lining up the last time we saw them. So I think that's goofy or strange. And then he goes on to say that he blew out the driveway on the 25th, which I think we can conclude that is not a factual statement.
I was kind of bothered by that because my neighbors don't shovel for me. I've offered to shovel for my neighbors, and they give me dirty looks and tell me, no, I got it, thanks, in like a really terse tone. So if he is the type of neighbor that does that, I mean, more power to him if that's what he did. That's really nice. But I don't know a whole lot of people like that.
Stephanie, are you in California? Where are you located?
I am in Western New York.
Okay.
We've been having a lot of snow, and we have a plow that goes by on the streets and on the sidewalks, and everybody just pretty much does their own sidewalk and driveway.
So there's a lot of folks following this case from other countries and also from the South here in the U.S., and we've had to go over this a couple times just to get the verbiage here as far as what it's like in winter in Minnesota. One is you use the phrase shoveling, and that is certainly something that we do here. That's something that happens with maybe less than an inch of snow, maybe an inch or 2 inches of snow, is shoveling the driveway, shoveling the sidewalk, those types of things. You don't get your snow blower or your snow thrower out unless there's 2 or 3 or 5 inches of snow from the night before. So,
right.
And if you're going to snow blow,
if you have a snow blower,
get the shovel out. And if you're going to shovel, you're not going to get the snow thrower out. You're going to use one or the other. Now, the records of the history in Apple Valley for those 3-week period of the weather forecast, the precipitation shows that there was some days that there was flurries and a light coating of snow that came down. Other days there was some rain, but there was no snowable, plowable snow in that 3-week period in the state of Minnesota at all.
So then why was he blowing the driveway at all?
He wasn't. So the question is, why did he insert that comment? Now, one thing you did. Now, Stephanie, you made a good, a relevant point that others, I think, take note here. Even when you don't get a lot of snow, when the snow plows go through on the streets, it does pile up on the end of your driveway that you may not have to use the snow blower to get the driveway clean, but at the end of it, there might be 5 or 6 inches of snow that you cannot do with just a simple shovel. So you do need to blow out the end of the driveway. Now, Colin Prochnow perhaps did that. If there was some substantial snow in Apple Valley, Minnesota, that would have meant just doing the end of the driveway, where the snow piles up.
But if there wasn't any significant snowfall or, it rained, you said there was rain even during that time?
There was rain.
You wouldn't
there was 8/100ths of an inch of rain and 3/100ths of an inch of snow, and one other time there was 1/100th of an inch of snow. So there was none of those.
So why was he? There's no way he would be blowing anything.
Correct.
Is he blowing water around?
So Colin Prochnow did not blow anyone's driveway out on any of those days. So the question is, why was that inserted into the police report? I think it's to make him look like a nice, concerning neighbor, and it's that whole good feel.
So a connection, so that his whole side of it would have more validity to it.
Validity, that they were the caring neighbors. They were watching the house. They were making sure they were gone. Possibly.
This is how we know they're very credible. They talked. He blew out their driveway for them.
It's another way to insert credibility into the people. The same way as the babysitter did discredit to David by saying, David and Kamel didn't want me to babysit because I think David didn't want it to happen. It's how it's crafted. The statement is crafted to make David Crowley look negative in all these lights and to make the caring, loving neighbors of the Prochnows look like credible, upstanding, elderly grandparents that are just doing the right thing.
Well, and they're the first people to say that this was either a murder or a suicide, and that the dog ate these bodies. So,
but she's not suspicious. She's not suspicious like that.
They're
No, just us people are suspicious like that. Her words. People like us.
How do you jump to murder suicide if you're not you can't say you're not a suspicious person, but your immediate Colin didn't suspect anything suspicious. He thought they were dummies. So Judy, who claims, she quoted herself, she said that on record, I am not a I am not a suspicious person. I don't immediately jump to murder. But the first thing she said was, I think there's been a murder or suicide.
Weird.
So that discounts her. How do we know that she's credible? So like Dan said, you add into certain statements little snippets here and there of, oh, they blew the driveway out. Nice, good, upstanding citizens. They must be credible because they had, this relationship with the Crowleys. So we should believe them for that reason. Don't ask questions past that, though.
That's right.
Yeah, and I think, Greg, on a future podcast that we do, we'll cover that 911 call extensively and the phrases used and the suggestions Judy Prochnow gives on that various 911 call. Because that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. We'll definitely get there. Any final words here? I think we'll wrap this episode up. This is a great place for us to start, and we'll come back and do one about finding those bodies, which will include that 911 call.
I think this is good for like people who want to listen while they're driving or something, like reading through this, because you've really got all of the main facts in here. I love how you made this book. Like it's all the bullet points of what you need to look into this.
I agree.
Right.
Within 24 hours of finding the bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley, the Apple Valley Police Department were treating the incident as a double murder-suicide. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Allahu Akbar in his wife's blood on the living room wall. Authorities cannot prove David wrote I have loved you all with all of my heart on the laptop in the kitchen. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Open the Rise most recent version Submit to Allah Now on a notepad in his office bedroom. Authorities cannot prove the dog trapped inside the house ate David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and their daughter's right arm, since dog feces tests were never conducted. Authorities did not see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling or the bullet in the attic above until they questioned David's friend a month after the bodies were found. Authorities did not find a motive to support their accusations against David Crowley. Authorities did not find David's blood on any of the bullets at the crime scene. Authorities do not know when David Kamel and Rania died. What we know for sure is that David Crowley has not been proven guilty.
Blood, diamond, bloody money, bloody contraband. Blood brothers killing brothers, what they got in their hand. Here's another false flag, tightly wrapped in a riddle. This is what I wouldn't believe when I used to be little. Thinking the world's full of roses and marshmallow clouds. If I only knew then what I think I know now, would have had a jump start, gone far and away. Wouldn't put so many presents out on Christmas Day. Would have buried my headache so I could savor the moment. Going broke in a day to spend a year in a toilet. Just goes to show it's so materialistic. December 25th is not for Santa or wish list. With age you get wisdom if you're humble, behave. I can never take a bribe, but I'll take loose change. It's the world you're spinning around, and it makes you feel like you're off of the ground. What is everybody else talking, but you don't hear the sound? What is except the world you're spinning around? You hear me talk, I watch. Are you listening? You're watching the clock on the dot. Are you wishing that someone would give you a million wishes, a credit advance, and then your name is in the system? Don't worry, that's why things happen now. Independent mind thrown in the crapper now. Don't worry about the house in the hills. Don't worry about the bills that he kills. Don't you worry, that's why things happen now. All these independent minds are thrown in the crapper now. Don't worry about the house in the hills. Don't worry about the bills that he kills. It'll never be the same again. You could take it back, try to pretend. Look at what you're holding, turn to mold and paint it gold. When will it end? Under a world of warriors. Tell me what's the story of the pride and glory of whatever we're fighting for. It's like the price of love. You roll the dice enough, somehow you're coming up. Your love is on the run, but I can't release the pain. And I could never forget about the rain. It's like a bullet shatters every day. What's the cost of my living wage? Why do I got so much more to say? Stubborn ways in my older age. Why do you call me on the phone, never leaving me alone? Is there something I can do for you? I don't got more information. Thank you for your patience, but all I really want is the truth. So I keep it to myself, I won't tell nobody else. If I do, I know what you'll have to do. Someone keeps calling me a liar and call me a denier. The decider, he is really the fool. Wait another minute. Can you wait another minute? Wait another minute. In the darkness I see the moon. The sun is brightest in the afternoon. Wanna find out the truth, so we follow the clues. The only reason we rebel is cause there's too many rules.
So what you gonna do about it? You're gonna get us with that.
Building 7, 9/11 never made any sense. Since Building 7 is a smoking gun, it doesn't exist. Alex Jones, Stephen Jones, all they wanted was truth. Richard Gage, we are changed. 9/11 truth groups, they're just some people in the movement. It takes all of us to move this proof. This was an inside job, I'm talking my hop. Why did JFK get shot? Go ask the bank of mob who always seems to come out on top. Let's end the war and stop. There's a lesson for you to learn. Truth and knowledge, it makes me burn. Time to stand up for what is right. They cuffed a man and shot him New Year's night in a police state, but it's how they're trained. Either they're the ones to blame or it'll happen again. And even then the world won't be safe, cause a new world order won't let us escape. Take control of my life, but still it's up to me. I'm lazy to get back on my feet. We're making history. I see my friends who speak in the street. They know the mystery, the trickery of economies and the one world conspiracy. It's so easy to call me crazy. It's so easy to say I'm outrageous. It's It's a false flag overload. It's a false flag overload. Putting bombs on Iraqi roads. Bombs on Iraqi roads. For the soldiers we have sacrificed. The soldiers we have sacrificed. All we're asking is the reason why. All we're asking is the reason why. I see your false flag surrounding me. I see your false flag surrounding me. Putting cameras out on every street. Putting cameras out on every street. Microphones in my underwear. Microphones in my underwear. Wiretaps in my pubic hair. Wiretaps in my pubic hair.
Because we don't know a brother by sight. The Father knows who is who. We do not. And there's many out there that he is calling and bringing into the light, and we do not know who they are simply by looking at them or seeing their ways or knowing this or that about them. Maybe they look horrible and we think we're the worst, they're the worst thing, and that they could never be part of the following of the truth. But yet the Father has set his sights on them.
Greg 2001
Yes.
against Greg 2012.
Who would win?
Greg 2001 is going to sound pretty stupid. And it's going to sound stupid because he doesn't know everything that Greg 2012 knows. It's just, that's just it. So as long as
That's
we're
right.
constantly learning and constantly growing, then we never get to that point to where we say, all right, I got it all figured out. We do A, B, C, D, and the world is solved, problems are
You
solved.
know what's funny?
And
What I
everything
found
is
out?
great.
Every time you figure it out, there comes an application where that won't work.
That's true.
Because of a person. It's always people.
Because people can't
It's
figure it out.
never the situation, it's people. Welcome to We Are Christians, and this might be your very first time of seeing anything regarding this. And what is it that we're here for? Well, we're here for the living spirit that was represented in the Son. And We Are Christians represents the glory of the completed work of the Son of Yah, the Lamb of Elohim, who was sent to bear the sins of his people. And we are here to proclaim him and want you to be a part and hear his message and see your need for him. And if you're hungry for a change in your life that you just don't understand, or you just feel drawn to the message of you are forgiven, your sin can be purged by the blood of the living Elohim, Yahushua HaMashiach, or Jesus as they call him here. You know, all it takes is you to, if my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray, I will hear them and I will heal their land. Do you need healing today? Do you need help and nobody hears you? Not your friends, not your family, not your boyfriend, not your husband, not your children, not your best girlfriend, boyfriend, or best guy friend. What's wrong? Maybe it's you need to find the fact that he is reaching out for you.
They got money for war, but can't feed the poor.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, and what it is that's part of population control. It's part of a bigger scope of bringing rogue nations under their control. War is used, and they use our gang and people to do this. And it's because they are in control of the army.
Do you think that Smedley Butler was right when he said that war is a racket?
Well, war is a tool in their box. So yes, It's something they use. Bankers use war because they fund nations' wars. That's where the reserves are set up for. Nobody's thinking about this. And the reserves are set up so they can take control the armies, and then the bankers control the means of policing and policing the world down to the lower level. When you look at budgets in local economies that are going bad and the police get cut back, or the sheriff, or whatever it is, it's a means in which they can control the populace. What happens then? Fear. Crime's up, help us. And then they come back with more what? Policing, and stronger policing at that. So it sets up to where the people cry for them to be under tighter strictures. Just like it is with the wartime with fighting the terrorists. You create a situation which people cry for the thing which in a normal society they would detest. And it's all done by bankers. And it's done very simply. You create a situation, then you meet it. Now, in the mix of this, they're not totally in control because there are repercussions they don't control. And I'm sure they sweat those because, the reality is that they're not in control really. They think they are. And sorry, you're not. The way of your power is not in you. And you have no power at all, except it were given to you. So if you have power, it means you created it, and there's only one who has that. And so even Satan himself and all his angels have to get their power somewhere, and it doesn't come from them either. The way of them is not in themselves, and they know it. It's just that people tend to deny that. And that's my soapbox, but I didn't choose that soapbox. That was what was given me in the choosing, not of myself, but of the Father telling me, hey, you, come here. And I fought him because I'm a sinner, and I crucified him, and I hated his way. But he said, you're mine, you will do it this way. And that doesn't come from me because I hate, by nature, I fight that. The sin within me is what destroys. And we are destroyers by nature. And so when the New World Order comes up, it's because man is seeking to destroy himself by going his own way, which he is going to do it very well. But that's a step inside to the spiritual side of this battle, which Hashatan, or Satan as he is called, is ruling the blinded hearts of man so that he can lead them to the direction that he wants, which is to rule this world, which is what the New World Order is about. Behind all of this is the dark one. And if you're part of that, you know where your allegiance lies. It is with Satan and sin and destruction. And that's the way it is. People hate us because they love Satan and his way. And that comes not from Satan. He's not in control of sin even. Sin is in the heart of man. It is a power he cannot control. And neither can Satan. But the only one who can is the Master. For he is truly the King of Kings and the power which can, by his very presence, make you bow.
But I do believe that there's many people out there that are trying to get rid of the scripture, period, that are trying to corrupt the scripture, and that really want us to turn away from the scripture. So they water it down. They give us a man-made version of Jesus.
Sugar-coated.
Jesus Christ, a very sugar-coated
How we're all
version.
supposed to be happy and just love one another and have gay marriage and it's all okay.
Right.
And I'm okay, you're okay, and the Father is okay with that as long as you don't talk against me, I don't talk against you, it's okay. But that's not what the Word does. It divides. Because what Greg is talking about and means is the fact that there's a dividing line. And James White is very good in his apologetics on this. If you're looking at it and you want to see a good apologist on the Christian faith, look up Dr. James White. He's an author and a scholar under the study for Hebrew, and his main focus was in the Greek. He's well studied. He knows the basis and context of Scripture, and I vet and stand behind Dr. James White emphatically. I have been blessed much in his ministry called the Alpha and Omega Ministry, and look it up. If you're an atheist or you're one that comes across with the view that you choose and these things, get on his program, The Dividing Line, and you can look him up on Alpha and Omega, and you can talk to him directly. And check out your scripture first, because if you're wrong, he's going to be very good at explaining decently and kindly where you're making your error. And in this, I do say that you should be prepared and know your Bible, because in reality, most people really don't know the Bible. They think they know it. And until you really know him, you know nothing of the Word. And the Word is him, and it is truth. And when you speak the truth, it'll never fail. And so I do advance Dr. James White of Alpha and Omega Ministries, and give your contributions to him. Once you know your word, and if you're a follower of Yah and Yahushua HaMashiach, and Dr. James White does that with a friend of his who says, he says this name and the Jesus thing, and I kind of follow that, but I do not contend harshly against those that follow the Jesus thing, as my brother here can attest. But I follow my way according to that. But I do vet Dr. James White in his knowledge of Scripture and the truth. And to you, I tip my hat for Dr. James White. I have to be instructed of the Word, and brothers and sisters sharpen me, because that's what they're there for. We lift each other up in that. And the Tower of Babel goes back to Nimrod in Babylonia. He was one of those that was considered to be the mighty hunter, and before Elohim, he was powerful. Some say that he might have been one of the Nephilim, or part of that, after the flood. And he was a mighty hunter. He was the first real king after the flood in Shinar, in that area of Mesopotamian, or in the Fertile Crescent. And then he caused them to build a tower, a great tower, to glorify his power. And this is a satanic thing, in which the arts of magic and war and everything that the Nephilim stood for was being uplifted. And it was saying, let us make a name for ourselves. In other words, let's forget the Father. Let's forget ours. Make a name for ourselves. Let's build and prosper and stay together right here. And just cause us to grow and grow and grow. And so the Father had to judge that. He couldn't have them hang around a tower that did not honor him, was not made for his glory, but the glory of man. Because this heaven and earth are made not for men, but for his glory. And we are part of that. Just like the creation, the stars and everything else. All were made for his glory. Now, this fall didn't stop his glory. There's the glory of his righteousness and the glory of his judgment for those who turn against him. So, to the New World Order, you're going to fall so hard that you're never going to be remembered. And for all of you building the New World Order, you'll be cast in with your father Satan, and you're going to be cast out because you believed the lie. That this condemned property was a beachfront property, and it just so happened it was not. It was a property in the pit. And the reality of this is lost on you, I know. But the problem is that it's because you're blind, or because you do see and you hate him and his truth. There are those. And you follow Satan by choice and by the fact that you think he is the better of the two. Unfortunately, I grieve with that thought because I do know it's true. And there are those that just choose to be against the truth even though they know it. And there are many people that used to be followers of Elohim and the Lamb that have turned because they were not of him. And many of them would love to jump on that bandwagon with all of the rich and the wealthy who would use them to be pawns for this great New World Order. And there will be many who will do it and will kill us and people like us because they do not want us. And I forgive you. That is our nature, because it isn't us, it's the Father in us, completing his sufferings. But getting back to the point, this New World Order and all of these things that are building it, and there are so many things that are a part of this that we haven't even touched on.
Yeah, definitely.
Truth. I came into this to vet the truth, not me vet it, but to speak of it, that it vet that I am being true to him. And as you see, sometimes we have we disagree. However, I always
Nothing
hold
wrong with
the fact that I am not going to disrespect my brother in my disagreements. They are worthy to be heard. I may say they're wrong. I might be wrong myself. I might know they're wrong and keep silent and just keep it gentle. Or I might go, uh-oh, he's got a good point with me. I need to look at that. And so that is the basis of spiritual discussion, is 1 Corinthians 13. If you get angry, you're out of the Spirit and you should stop. Or if you break any point of 1 Corinthians 13 or anything in Galatians or Rome, you have to look at the Word totally. And, you know, I work with unbelievers and believers and followers and those who are redeemed. There's all three exist in the body of the Savior till the end days when he takes his own out from this world and establishes a new heaven and earth and brings down us, his holy city, to rule. That'll be his gift and his power ruling through us even then. So unto you, Yahushua HaMashiach, be all power and glory, and unto your Father who sent you for your people. Amen.
Everybody, thank you very much. Let me begin by sending America's deepest sympathies to the people of Lebanon, where reports indicate that many people were killed. Hundreds more were very badly wounded in a large explosion in Beirut. Our prayers go out to all the victims and their families. The United States stands ready to assist Lebanon. We have a very good relationship with the people of Lebanon, and we will be there to help. It looks like a terrible attack. I also want to provide the latest on Tropical Storm Isaias. Approximately 600,000 are without power along the East Coast, and utility companies are working around the clock to restore service as quickly as possible. I spoke to Governor Cooper. I spoke to Governor DeSantis, and I spoke to all of the people at FEMA, and they're working very hard. Coastal areas in the storm's path can expect to see the storm surge and rip currents, while inland areas could see flooding and very, very high winds. FEMA is responding to states that have requested the assistance. We have a list of those states. We can give them to you in a little while, and my administration is monitoring the situation very closely. We have the military on guard, but we have FEMA is there in all cases. Corps of Engineers is ready if needed. The Army Corps of Engineers, very talented people. I urge everyone in the storm's path to remain alert and to follow the guidance of your state and local authorities. I now want to update you on the path forward having to do with the China virus. Before I do that, I want to give you some numbers, which are rather spectacular, that just came out. The manufacturing index of the Institute for Supply Management, that's ISM, most of you know it by ISM, increased for the third month in a row, rising nearly 2 points in July to 54.2. That was fantastic. The highest reading since March of 2019. This is remarkable considering the survey was conducted throughout July and showed significant improvement despite the Southwest, in particular, virus hotspots. The ISM measures, and it's a very strong measure, of new orders rose 5 points in July to 61.5, and its highest reading that would be since September of 2018. That's a big number. Since the April low, new orders are up over 34 points, which is the largest increase in the history of the ISM, dating back all the way to 1948. So 34 points, that's the largest since 1948. Similarly, the ISM's measure of production is up 35 points from its April low to a reading of 62.1, which is the largest three-month gain in over 70 years. That's some number. These were somewhat surprising, but I've been saying we're doing well, and those numbers are really spectacular. Automobile sales, likewise, are a key factor in the resurgence of manufacturing since the March low of 8.8 million units, with sales and all of the numbers that are going up stunningly. It's 65% increase since then to 14.5 million units, which is a massive number. The great strength and great news is really for states like, in particular, Michigan and Ohio, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, very good, Florida, a little bit. These are great numbers, record-setting numbers. The strength in new car sales is also evident in the used car market, where soaring demand, literally soaring demand, is putting upward pressure on the used car prices. This is a leading indicator of the motor vehicle industry. The need to restock depleted shelves will further galvanize the factory sector, and we think very substantially based on the numbers. We're very, very happy with these numbers, and I think most people are anywhere from surprised to shocked by these numbers in a very positive way. Economy-wide inventories crashed at a near $320 billion annualized rate last quarter. A crash in that case means a good thing, not a bad thing. That's the largest drop ever on record, ever. Home builder sentiment likewise is soaring, as are home sales. Sentiment is now higher than last year, and new homes recently made a 13-year high. So we have a 13-year high in new home construction. New business applications are very strong. That just came out. The widely followed Atlanta Fed GDP, and it's something that they have just come out with now, forecasts the new data point and incorporates it into quarterly estimates. It looks like it's showing a 20% annualized growth in the current quarter. So 20% in the current quarter, we'll take that all day long. Let's see if that's right. That's a projection. So we'll see if that's right. The Atlanta Fed, very respected. The virus, back to that, we are continuing to monitor in particular hotspots across the south, southwest, and the west. And we're seeing indications that our strong mitigation efforts are working very well, actually, especially to protect those who are most at risk, which has really been our primary focus for ever since we've gotten to understand this horrible, horrible plague that's been unleashed in our country by China. As of yesterday, cases are declining in 70% of the jurisdictions compared to 36% last Monday. That's a big, big number. 11 out of 13 states with the positive rate above 10% have seen a decline in daily cases since mid-July. In other states, the data suggests that the need for continuing vigilance always is strong, even though the numbers are getting very good. States that have a test positivity rate between 5 and 10%, and in the states with the lowest positivity rates, we also see slight increases in daily cases, and a couple of them. We must ensure that these states do not become new flare-ups, so we're watching them very, very closely. Fortunately, thanks to substantial improvements in treatment and the knowledge we have gained about the disease itself, the recent rise in cases has not been accompanied by a significant increase in deaths. Fatalities nationwide are at roughly half the level of the April peak. So the number of deaths or fatalities are at half the level. One is too much, one death, because this should have never happened to us. It should have been stopped very easily by China in Wuhan. Thanks to our major advances in treatment, we've seen vast improvements in recovery rates across all age groups. Compared to April, mortality rates are 85% lower among individuals aged 18 to 69 and 70% lower among individuals over 70 years old. We've also made significant strides in sheltering those at highest risk, especially the elderly. Approximately 85% of all current cases are individuals under the age of 65. Just getting some very accurate numbers on this. And these are people who are generally at a much lower risk of complications. Since the pandemic began, nearly half of all fatalities have been at nursing homes or assisted living centers. That's an incredible statistic when you hear that number. This data underscores that the best path forward is an aggressive strategy focused on protecting Americans at highest risk. As we race toward the development of a vaccine, we must continue to take extraordinary precautions to shield the elderly, and we're doing that. We're doing that at a level that we've never even dreamt possible, both with testing and with common sense. And those with underlying conditions, especially the elderly with the underlying, whether it's heart or diabetes, they seem to be the two most predominant conditions that cause tremendous problems, while allowing those at lowest risk to carefully return to work and to school. Where embers flare up, we must engage immediately, and that's what we're doing. This is the science-based approach, and that's good with us, working very hard on that. An extended lockdown would fail to target resources at the highest risk populations while inflicting massive economic pain, long-lasting damage on society and public health as a whole. So there won't be lockdowns, but we watch specific areas. We're very careful, and we're putting out embers, we're putting out flames. When you look at what's happening with Miami, and the numbers are going down, but Florida is going down very significantly. Texas and California are going down rather significantly. On telemedicine, as we discussed the last time, and as I said numerous times during this day, it's an incredible thing that's happening. A central part of our effort to protect the elderly is to greatly expand access to telehealth so seniors can be treated from the safety of their homes. And that's what's happening. The number of Medicare beneficiaries using telehealth increased from roughly 14,000 a week to nearly 1.7 million. So from 14,000 to 1.7 million per week in total. 10 million Medicare beneficiaries have accessed telehealth services since the pandemic began. That's a tremendous thing that's happened with telehealth. As we shelter those at high risk, we are also pouring every resource at our disposal into the development of therapies and vaccines. 2 vaccine candidates are currently in the final stage of clinical trials, with several more vaccine candidates entering phase 3 in the coming weeks, and you've read and seen what's happened today. Today's news was very exciting. Through Operation Warp Speed, we're also mass producing all of the most promising vaccine candidates, and we're determined to have a vaccine very quickly. We think we're going to have something very soon. We have great companies. These are among the greatest companies in the world. But right now, they don't like me so much because I'm forcing them to drop drug prices, prescription drug prices, very massively. Some of these companies are involved in that. Some of them aren't. We're having you'll see a tremendous drop in price. We're using favored nations. We're using the rebates. We're using everything. So long I've heard about how wealthy the middlemen are. They call them the middlemen. And they are very wealthy. Nobody even knows who they are, but they're very wealthy people. And we're doing the rebates. We're doing purchases from other countries, like Canada, which buys drugs for much less money than the United States is allowed to under a very bad system. I don't call it archaic. I call it bad because it's meant really for drug companies to get higher prices. But under the system of matching that we have, if Germany has a pill for 10 cents and ours is $2, we're allowed to say we want favored nations and we want the pill for the same. The same as the lowest country in the world. If they sell to one country lower than anybody else, that's the price we're going to get. Drug companies aren't too happy about that. Big Pharma. We've also dramatically accelerated the availability of plasma therapies, steroid treatments, antivirals, and other therapies to treat the illness. Today, the NIH, very exciting, announced that they're beginning the trial of 2 new antibody treatments, which will take place in 40 cities across the country. We're going to move very quickly. Results look very good already, incredible results. More than 230 clinical trials for potential treatments are underway, and we've secured 500,000 courses of treatment for remdesivir. We're really doing a job with it, and it's helping a lot of people. That's why you see the fatalities and mortality numbers looking very good, relatively speaking, that is. But that's for American hospitals through the month of September. So we have remdesivir at a very high level for hospitals through the month of September. That's big news. The United States also is far and away the most robust testing capacity in the world. Testing has been incredible, what we've been able to do. Nobody's even close. Since March 12th, we've increased daily testing by 32,000%. How's that? 32,000%. Somebody would say that must be a typo. It's not a typo. 32,000%. We now have conducted over 61 million tests nationwide, averaging over 820,000 tests per day and nearly 5 million tests per week. And now that we're understanding the virus, we're understanding very much what we're doing with respect to who it affects, who it's destroying, and who gets away with it, like young people, very young people. We'll be having some interesting statements having to do with testing and focus testing. I call it focus testing. By comparison, Mexico, so we're doing numbers that are incredible, but by comparison, Mexico, as you know, the president was here, he's a great guy, but their numbers are much different. They do about 1 million tests. France has done 2.9 million tests. Canada's around the 4 million mark. Australia's around the 4 million mark. The United States is testing more people in a single week than, in many cases, large segments or large, well-known countries all put together. It's been an amazing achievement, the testing and the quality of the testing also. And now we're doing testing where you can have results in 5 minutes, and 7 minutes, and 15 minutes. As opposed to waiting to come back from labs, for it to come back from labs. Over the last several weeks, HHS has opened surging testing sites in Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Phoenix, Miami, Jacksonville, Florida, McAllen, Texas, Bakersfield, California. And this week we're opening new surge sites in Houston, Texas, Atlanta. To date, more than 130,000 tests have been conducted at these sites. Last week, the FDA also authorized the first 2 tests that display an estimated quantity of antibodies present in the individual's blood, which is a big deal, allowing us to learn more about the immune response. FEMA and HHS has worked with the private sector to deliver we have new numbers, more than 200 million N95 masks, 855 million surgical masks, 36 million goggles and face shields, 364 million gowns and coveralls, and 21 billion gloves. Billion. Can you believe that? Billion gloves. And we distribute that to the governors, different states, and when we get on the phone with them, they're very happy, that I can tell you. No complaints from any of them. They're very, very happy. What they say to you separately maybe will change for political reasons, but they are very happy with the job we've done. In our national stockpile, we've tripled the number of N95 masks on hand to more than 40 million, tripled the number of gowns to 15 million, and quadrupled the number of ventilators to nearly 70,000. These numbers are growing every day, and we're now making thousands of ventilators, many thousands of ventilators a month, and we're getting them to other countries who are desperately in need of ventilators. They're very hard to produce, they're very complicated machines. So we're fully stocked here, and we've made sure that every state is fully stocked, but we're getting them to a lot of countries that need help. We'll continue to work with the governors and local authorities to help them ensure significant hospital capacity, protective equipment, supplies, and medicine. I'm more confident than ever that we will get a vaccine very soon, and we will defeat the virus. And I want to thank you all for being here. We'll take a few questions. Yeah, please.
I wanted to ask you about Kodak. You had a big announcement the other day about getting Kodak into the pharmaceutical business, but the SEC is now investigating what happened. Can you say a word or two whether you think that there might have been some kind of a problem in terms of how those arrangements were made? Is there any grounds for concern from your perspective?
No, I don't know. I wasn't involved in the deal. The concept of the deal is good, but I'll let you know. We'll do a little study on that. We'll find out. If there is any problem, we'll let you know about it very quickly. But I wasn't involved in it. It's a big deal. It's a way of bringing back a great area, too, in addition to pharmaceuticals. Kodak has been a great name, but obviously pretty much in a different business. And so we'll see what that's all about, but we'll let you know very quickly. Yeah, please.
I just want to follow up before I ask a coronavirus question on Lebanon. You called this an attack. Are you confident that this was an attack and not an accident?
Well, it would seem like it based on the explosion. I've met with some of our great generals, and they just seemed to feel that it was. This was not some kind of a manufacturing explosion type of event. This was seems to be, according to them, they would know better than I would, but they seem to think it was a attack. It was a bomb of some kind, yes.
Interesting. And on coronavirus, you've talked a lot about, when you talk about the mortality rate, the deaths as a proportion of cases, which I understand that is significant when you look at how deadly the virus is or how good a country does at keeping people alive who get infected. But when you're talking about the scope of this virus, when you look at the percentage of the population that's died, there's only 3 countries that have more deaths than the U.S. So how do you explain that why the percentage of the population who's died is so much higher in the U.S.?
Well, I think actually the numbers are lower than others. I'll get back to you on that, but we proportionately are lower than almost all countries. We're at the bottom of the list. And we're, relative to cases also, we're at the bottom of the list, which is a good thing being at the bottom of the list. But I can get back to you. We have about 4 or 5 different lists on that, and we're generally speaking at the very bottom of the list. So I'll get back to you.
When I look at the Johns Hopkins, Coronavirus Resource Center on their website, it says the most affected countries, when you look at deaths per 100,000 people of the population, so how many people of the population have died, you have the UK, Peru, Chile, and then the US. Canada has 8,000, 9,000 deaths. Obviously, they're smaller than us, but that's only 6% of the population. That's 6% of our total cases. So why aren't the deaths so much higher in the U.S.?
Well, a lot of our numbers were based on New York had a very tough time, as you know, New York, New Jersey, that area. And when you take them out, just as an example, take a look at Florida relative to New York. That's not to say anything wrong with New York. It was just a very tough place. People are close together. It's crowded. It's not easy. But when you take that out, our numbers are among the lowest. And even with it in, I will get back to you, but we have among the lowest numbers. They've done a fantastic job on it. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President. I would like to ask a question about the election, but one thing on unemployment first. Are you considering taking executive action to extend or rather reinstate the unemployment benefits that expired last week if Congress can't get a deal by the end of the week? Yes. And as a general point, what rate then would you want in there? A percentage or flat rate?
We are looking at it. We're also looking at various other things that I'm allowed to do under the system, and such as the payroll tax suspension. And so we're allowed to do things. We're talking with the Democrats. They seem to be much more interested in solving the problems of some of the Democrat-run states and cities that have suffered greatly through bad management. I mean, really bad management. So that seems to be where they're looking for $1 trillion to help out with cities that are run by Democrats, in some case radical left Democrats, that have not done a good job. I appreciate today the Wall Street Journal said very good things, that we did a great job in Portland by having our people go in, Homeland Security, Chad Wolf and the folks. We went into Portland, and we've done a great job, and they had that in an editorial that we really won that situation. But we want the whole, we did save the courthouse. The courthouse was going to be burned down or knocked down. It was in tremendous danger. We went in, we took care of it, and we appreciated what the Wall Street Journal said. As far as the various things that I may or may not sign, I may not have to sign. I mean, progress is being made, as you know very well, in the Hill. We'll see what happens. But I have the right, including the payroll tax suspension. We may do some things. We want to take care of the eviction problem. People are being evicted very unfairly. It's not their fault. It's China's fault. It's not their fault. And people are being evicted, and we can do that with an executive order. So if we don't get and we want to do it relatively quickly. I mean, even from the standpoint of COVID, people get evicted and then they go into shelters, and there are thousands of people in the shelters, and this is not a time, you never want to be in a shelter, but this is not a time to be in a shelter with the COVID. They catch it, they get it, and it's no good. So I may have to do something on evictions too, because the Democrats amazingly don't want to do it. We offered them short-term deals, and we offered them lots of alternatives, but so far, the only thing they really want to do is bail out states that have been poorly managed by Democrats. Okay.
And if I could on the election, sir, can I?
President Trump, on the sale of TikTok, you're basically arguing that the U.S. government is going to collect a cut from of a transaction, including 2 companies, in which it doesn't hold a stake in. That's unprecedented. That's never happened in U.S. history before, and the administration has offered very little explanation about how that's going to work. Can you back your statement up and provide specifics about how
Did you
that
say
would work?
that's impressive? Did you actually use that term?
I said it's unprecedented.
Oh, well, it's almost the same thing. Not quite. I like it. I like impressive. I like impressive. Not quite. Close. So TikTok. TikTok is very successful. It does tremendous business in the United States. People are riveted by it. I mean, I have many friends, when they saw that announcement, they're calling. I think their kids love it. They don't, because they don't get to see their kids anymore. But they are. It's an amazing thing, whatever it may be. And I told Microsoft, and frankly others, if they want to do it, if they make a deal for TikTok, whether it's the 30% in the United States or the whole company, I say it's okay, but if you do that, we're really making it possible, because we're letting you operate here. So the United States Treasury would have to benefit also, not just the sellers. And I said, inform. Very simple. I mean, we have all the cards, because without us, you can't come into the United States. It's like if you're a landlord and you have a tenant, the tenant's business needs a rent. It needs a lease. And so what I said to them is, whatever the price is, a very big proportion of that price would have to go to the Treasury of the United States. And they understood that. And actually, they agreed with me. I mean, I think they agreed with me very much. Yeah, please, in the back.
Thank you, sir.
So that deal may or may not happen. We've given them till September 15th or so, and we'll see if we can have it, and if they can be great security, meaning the obvious security. Microsoft would be a company that would be good in that respect, or approved in that respect at many levels, including working with the Department of Defense, and they have very high-level approvals. So it would be good, but there are other companies also. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Have you or anyone in the administration reached out to other companies aside from Microsoft to see if they're interested?
No, we've had other companies call us. Microsoft called me directly, and we've had other companies call. I don't know where they are. It sounds like Microsoft is along the way of doing something. I don't blame them. It'd be, it's a great company. It's really a great company, but we cannot take the security risks of any of those companies, including Huawei, which, as you know, we put a halt to. But we can't take the security risk. I think our attitude on China has changed greatly since the China virus hit us. I think it changed greatly. It hit the world, and it shouldn't have. They should have been able to stop it. So we feel differently. I just don't know. When you lose so many thousands of people, and, ultimately it'll be millions of people around the world. It's a terrible thing that happened to the United States and Europe and the entire world. Really a terrible thing. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 quick questions, one on the virus and one on policing. On the virus, you said recently that there can be too much testing. Can you explain what the downside would be from testing too many Americans for the virus, and why you haven't provided a date by which all Americans might have the same kind of testing that we have here at the White House?
Well, we do more testing than anybody in the world, as I explained, and I don't mean just a little bit. If you look at India, they're at about 11 million, and we're at 61 million. And there comes a point when you want to focus your testing in a different way, and we'll be announcing something. What we've done is incredible with the testing. Not only the testing, not only the number of tests, but also, very importantly, the quality of the test and the machinery itself to do the testing. Nobody thought it would be possible to get a 5-minute and a 15-minute result. That's a very accurate result, and we do with Abbott. Abbott Laboratories has done a great job. Many of these companies have done an incredible job. So we're looking at that very strongly, and we're looking at doing something that if we do it, look, right now what the testing is doing is helpful, but we're spending massive amounts of money, and we want to have it. We want to have it channeled very accurately. We want to be able to help the most people we can, but we are testing at a level that no country in the world, and I've spoken to the leaders of the world, and they'll ask me about it. No country in the world thought it would be. It's even believable that we're able to test so much. 61 million versus, most countries don't even test. You know when they test? When somebody's feeling badly. If somebody's feeling badly, they're symptomatic, that's when they test. And that's a big difference. With us, we go around and looking, because if we find spots, we find hot spots. One problem is, from the standpoint of the media, we end up with far more cases than we would normally show. So it's, as I called it the other day, and a statement, I said it's called media gold. For the media, it's gold. But the truth is, we've done an incredible job in testing. Nobody in the world has done the job. Other leaders have told me the same thing. They can't believe we're able to do it. And we will continue. But we want to really be able to test very specifically the people that are in most danger, most in need.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you first about what you tweeted out earlier today in regards to Florida. And your comfortableness as it relates to mail-in ballots for Florida.
Okay, I'm glad you're asking.
Why does that apply to Florida and it doesn't apply to mail-in balloting across the country?
So Florida's got a great Republican governor, and it had a great Republican governor. It's got Ron DeSantis, Rick Scott, two great governors. And over a long period of time, they've been able to get the absentee ballots done extremely professionally. Florida is different from other states. I mean, in Nevada, where you have a governor, he said, let's just send out millions of ballots, and the post office cannot be prepared. I haven't spoken to the post office about it, but I don't know how they could possibly be prepared. Florida has been working on this for years, and they have a very good system of mail-in, and that would be absentee or even beyond absentee. So in the case of Florida, there aren't too many people that would qualify. They're so well-run. Florida's a very well-run state, low taxes, low everything. They've done a great job, really a great job. And the two governors, between the both of them, they've really got a great system of absentee ballots, and even in the case of mail-in ballots, the postal services are built up there. It takes a long time. When you look at the Carolyn Maloney election, I think and I'll give you the story, I think you have to do that election over. That election's no good. You have to take a look in New York. They have thousands of ballots. They don't know what happened to them. Is there fraud? It's a disaster. And that's only for a relatively small number of ballots. But I think they have to do the election in New York over. The Times wrote a big story about it yesterday, front page story. It's a disaster. It's a mess. And they have to do that. I think they have to do that election over. Nobody can know what the election result is. So in the case of Florida, they've done a great job. They've had tremendous success with it. But they've been doing this over many years, and they've made it really terrific. So for Florida, you can mail in your ballots. You don't have to go. In maybe a couple of other states, they've worked out a system. But this took years to do. This doesn't take weeks or months. In the case of Nevada, they're going to be voting in a matter of weeks. And you can't do that. I can't imagine the post office could do it. All of a sudden, they're supposed to be dealing in millions of ballots. But Florida's done a great job, and we have total confidence that if you mail in your ballot in Florida, it's going to matter. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Happy Sunday. It is windy here in California, Northern California. And just got out of church. Today is February 9th, 2020. What a great sermon. Another powerful sermon. But before I get to that, another powerful thing. Somebody got baptized during the service, or at the end of the service. This young kid, it couldn't have been more than like 9 or 10 years old. And it was just such a powerful experience, to see somebody that young in this world with everything going on, and it's very powerful to see a young person like that dedicate their life to Jesus Christ. Now, as is clear, the baptism does not save you, but it shows that you believe that Jesus Christ has already saved you. It was just amazing. That's all I can really say about it. Very, very powerful. Was not expecting that. Tearing up a little bit, even now, kind of thinking about it, but it was just such a powerful thing, and really gives me hope, and helps me keep that hope going about our future generations, because I worry about our future generations. I worry about my nieces and nephews and all the kids growing up in this world and what they're going to have to face. And it's tough. It's really going to be tough for them, and you can see that. And so it's just so amazing when you see how serious some young people are, and just the power of it. It was a very overwhelming moment, but very good to see. I want to see more of that, Jesus has given me everything, everything and more than I ever should have ever gotten. And I'll never forget that. I'll never forsake him. I always know what Jesus did for me, for all of us, and how much I need it. And I never really thought that I'd make it this far, and just have all these blessings, and to be so privileged, to actually be able to worship God, to worship him openly in a country where we can worship God so far. But wherever there is a Bible, wherever there is a Christian, there will always be the Word of God. There will always be God's presence. Through us, he's done many wonderful things, and will continue to do many wonderful things too. So the main message for today was about being a disciple maker. And again, it's my biggest struggle. I don't know how to speak to people about God. And you just have to you gotta let go of, worrying about turning that person from God or not saying the right thing. You just really have to, first of all, you have to read your Bible. If you're not reading your Bible, you're not going to be ready for when God brings those people into your life to help them, to disciple to them, and I used to think that only a pastor, only somebody who had a wealth of knowledge could be a disciple maker, but that's not true. Only God knows. But we all are. We all can be. We all have the Bible. We all have the Word that we can, talk to people about and try to get them encouraged about it, and to understand how powerful that the Word of God is, and to understand, how far we still have to go in this world. But with what we have, the answer, we have the truth, we have the Bible, we have the biggest tool that you could ever want. We have the only thing that you could ever want. And the only thing that is going to lead you to heaven is the Scripture, is the Word of God, what's in there. That's it. Nothing else is going to get you there. It's not going to happen. So, sorry, I was trying not to crash here in traffic. It is really windy in California. So windy, I think it blew out some of the lights during the church, blew out the pastor's microphone. He just kept on going. He kept rolling with it. So, did not miss a beat.
So it was very, very powerful. The whole sermon today was very powerful. Young pastor, but he's getting a lot better every time. I'm so glad that I didn't just give up. It's too easy to just give up and think, oh, well, I don't like this about this pastor, I don't like that, so that's it, I'm just not going to go, you know. But nothing is more important than the Bible. That is the number one thing. It is the Word of God. It is the living Word of God. And no, there's nothing more important than the Bible, period. Disciple maker is another name for Christian. So it's not, you know, disciple maker is not just the pastor or just the people, you know, the elders of the church. It's, if you're a Christian, you can be a disciple maker. You will be, you might be without even knowing it. So, gotta be ready. The only way to be ready is just to keep reading scripture as much as possible, and I've got to do that more. I've got to get better at that on a daily basis, on a consistent basis. A disciple maker should be more concerned about the person's growth than about personal comfort. So you can't worry about, you know, keeping that person at their comfort level, or, you know, trying to be very slick with it, and you just gotta do it. But at the same time, it has to be done with love. You can't just go, like the pastor was saying, you can't just go, here's the Bible, read it, you know, it's all there. But everything, it has to be done with love for that person, or else you're not really doing it for God. It's just that was the point he was trying to make anyways. So 1 Thessalonians 2 verses 1 through 12 was the focus. Really good stuff. I have not read this in a long time. So makes me want to go back and read Acts. Another scripture he mentioned was Acts 17, 1 through 2. So I'm going to go back and look at that as well. But you cannot talk someone into believing the Word of God. The Word does the work, which is kind of a thing that the church says here. The gospel is not Paul's message, it's God's message. Paul is just a messenger. Now, while that was going on, you know, he was talking about how to talk to people and going to Bible studies, things like that, and just letting the Word speak instead of trying to interpret the Word. Let the Word speak to people. It is a living Word, so it can speak to us all differently for whatever God's purpose is, whatever He's trying to show you through those verses, through the Bible, through the Word of God. Powerful stuff. Anything else? Let's see. Yeah, the gospel is not... Okay, Paul's just a messenger. Don't fight with people over the Word. I think that's a big thing where everybody's trying to... Not everybody, but when people try to interpret it their way and they want you to interpret it their way, you know, don't fight with people like that. Don't argue with people like that. That's not love, you know. Just let the Word speak to them. That was the message that I got. Let them read the Bible and figure it out themselves, pretty much. It's also very important, one of the other very important things is that it doesn't matter what I think, it only matters what God says. And we know what God says by reading the Bible, once again. Disciple makers bear burdens. That's another hard one, to bear a burden, especially when you feel like you're already bearing many burdens and have gone through many burdens, and now you don't want to bear any more burdens, but as a Christian, you must bear the burdens. As disciple makers, we have to be gentle. That was another thing, to be gentle. So again, it's, you know, don't just, well, the Bible says this, and that's it, and you know, that's true, but we can say it in a gentle way, and if you can't, then pray about it and try to figure out how you can, because it is possible. Don't give up on that. Make it about the person you are trying to help grow as a Christian. So when you go to somebody and you're trying to disciple with them or trying to lead them to God, make it about them, not about you, and about them and their relationship with God, and how you can build on that relationship and make the relationship better. Disciple makers lead by example, and that's another tough one, to lead by example. It's easy to say, well, the Bible says this, the Bible says that, but we have to try to do it too. We have to try to follow it, try to follow these things. Of course, the most important thing is just lead them to the Scripture. The more we talk, we are a messenger. We're here to talk about Scripture. We're here to talk about God, to talk about Jesus Christ. We're here to let people know that they have the book, they have the Bible. All they have to do is read it and believe it. You can't help others be a disciple in Christ if you're not working to be a disciple in Christ. So you have to lead by example. You have to be it. Just a powerful, very powerful message. I think I'm going to end this one a little early here too, but just wanted to kind of throw that in there. And what a blessed day. Hope you all enjoy your Sunday. Hope you have a great week here, and stay strong in Jesus Christ. Talk to people about Him. Encourage people to read the Bible, to read Scripture. I'm going to try to read my Scripture more. Try to see if I can read something every day, like I used to. I need to read it every day. It's very important. Sometimes I'll just take the Bible, flip it open, and just read whatever it says there. And it's always relevant to anything that I'm going through, always. So, God bless you all. Thank you all again for joining me here. And have a great week. To God be the glory. Stay true to Jesus Christ. John 3:16. He died on the cross for you, for me, for all of us. Let's do something for Him. God bless. Greetings. How's everybody doing? Just a few quick things here. Wanted to give people a little update. This Friday, which is... This Friday is March 29th, 2019. This Friday we are going to have another conference call about the David Crowley case. We are inviting the good people, the researchers, people who are taking this seriously, to join us, to participate, to ask questions, to give your own thoughts, to share your own views. And I think this will just be a good time for us real researchers to just kind of, have a nice little chat, see where everything is at. Maybe we'll have some more updates by then as far as the private investigator. But I'm looking forward to those updates. No rush, no pressure. Take all the time that you need. Find whatever you need to find. Go wherever you need to go. I don't want to rush that at all. I just want to let everybody know that this Friday we will be having another conference call. This is an audio conference call. I'm not sure about the video. Maybe one day we'll get there. But I think for now audio is good. And so that's going to be on freeconferencecall.com. I will have the link and all the different ways that you can access it. I will have that in the description after this video. So I'm hoping everybody can join us. It's always good when we get just differing views. A lot of different people always jump on, and we make sure nobody's doing any cyberbullying or anything like that. But we just go wherever we need to go. Sorry, I'm just messing around here. Let's see. So we got that. One of the questions that I had, maybe somebody has their own views on this, based on the 911 calls, right? So we know that Judy made a 911 call and Colin made a 911 call. We're trying to figure out the timeline, who called first, who called second. So in trying to figure that out, I was hoping maybe somebody, if you have any thoughts on that, any ideas on that. It would make more sense that Judy calls and then Colin Prochnow calls from Lorraine Tuppy's house, and that's why the two didn't know that the other was calling. But it'd be nice to get kind of a timeline, because going through the 911 calls and trying to write for the book, trying to write almost like a timeline, I guess, of who called first, who said what is happening during this time. It's kind of hard when I have two police reports and neither of them give an exact time
of when they called 911. Sorry, the paper's probably messing up this microphone here. And, 1 second, I'm gonna let my cat in. It's very feisty today, for some reason. Okay, sorry about that. So, hope everybody can join us if you want to join. If you can't join us Friday and you still have some questions about the David Crowley case, or you have a point that you'd like to make, let me know, and then that way we'll have maybe Catherine read it, maybe Dan read it, if you guys have something that you do want to share with the fellow researchers, with the real researchers. Again, just to say that doesn't mean that we all agree on everything, or we're all, on this one team or whatever, but I think the fact that we have a lot of different individuals looking at this is a great thing. Looking at it from different points too. So, just wanted to cover that. As far as anything else, I've been looking at this book here. This is The Russian Hoax. I don't know if any of you have read this. If you haven't, it's a really good read. I would recommend this book to anybody. This book here, regardless of your views on Donald Trump, and I know they can be very spirited views, definitely, sure, and everybody is entitled to have their own thoughts on it and believe whatever they want, but this book here, The Russian Hoax, really catches the deep state, whatever you want to call them, the global government, whatever it is, whatever this group is, it really catches them with their pants down. And Greg Jarrett does a great job of going and explaining step by step, and just sources. There's so many sources in this book. And again, these are the books that need to be written. This is the stuff. This is the way you handle this type of investigation, is through a book like this. The way that Greg Jarrett wrote this book, that's how you want to do it, because that just shows where this person lied, where this corruption came from, and it lets the reader really come to their own conclusion with it. Hey, Catherine, what's going on? Thanks for joining us. I wonder if I can see. Okay, I can't see this chat. Cool. All right. So Catherine will be there too. She'll be there on this Friday, and Dan Hennon will be there, and I hope the rest of you can also join us and discuss this very important case, getting back to the David Crowley case, because it really has reached so many people and touched so many people in many different ways. And I do believe there is something very mysterious about this case, I guess. Maybe that's the right word, but all of the things that we know still have not led us to, at least for me, have not led me to put all of the puzzle pieces in place. There's still so much more. And I don't understand, again, how anybody could just look at all of this data and just totally think that David Crowley is guilty, and so early and so quickly, before anything was done, before any of the tests were done. One thing from the last conference call, we were talking about when the police started accusing David. It's important to note that that was within 24 hours. It wasn't even 24 hours, and David was already being accused of a double murder-suicide, and his autopsy hadn't even been started yet. It didn't even start yet. So, that's odd. Hopefully we'll talk about some of the pages. Page 60 through 68. I would love to go through those. I think those are going to be some of the most important pages of the 94-page report, 94-page police report. Everybody should have this by now, the autopsies, the police reports, all of these documents. I print them out. I print everything out first. But page 60 through 68 are some very important pages, and some very frustrating pages, only because who's mentioned, who's not mentioned, who's talked to, who's not talked to. They give dates, they give ages and heights and all this stuff for certain people, and then other people that are mentioned in the same 9 pages are not even really talked about, or just kind of skimmed over. So
It's one of the only mentions of Kate Crowley, and I would encourage everybody to read page 60 through 68 of the 94 pages. I know you have, I'm sure you have many, many times. What I'm finding is the more that I keep going back and rereading, I find a little more pieces to this puzzle here. So, not sure how I went from the Russian hoax into that, but another topic in the future that I would like to talk about would also be Sandy Hook, because I don't know anything about it, and I would love to do a show with Dan and with Catherine, and even with my friend Walter Bradley too. And maybe if some other people want to join us as well, that would be great. And I would love to approach that show as someone who just wants to learn about Sandy Hook, doesn't know anything about Sandy Hook, and who hasn't had the time to really research some of the different things about Sandy Hook. I know very, very few things about that, and I know that's another touchy subject too. When you're talking about a hoax, it is a very touchy thing, and there's no reason why it shouldn't be, because it is. It's a serious thing. So I'd like to talk about it, and I'd like to learn about it and kind of try to form some type of view on it, if possible, if I can wrap my head around all these different things and all these different theories that we're hearing in the suicides, all the different suicides. Hey, Butterfly, what's going on? How you doing? We're just talking about, hey, Lori. Good to see you. Good to see you all. Well, we're just kind of talking about the David Crowley case. I went off into for some reason I started talking about the Russian hoax with Greg Jarrett, which I do believe everybody should read, into Sandy Hook, and then kind of circling back, trying to make sure that everybody gets enough time to join us for this conference call that will be this Friday at 6 p.m. Pacific time, Pacific Standard Time, I don't know, at 6 p.m. Pacific time. We will go live, hopefully for 2 hours, maybe longer. I think most of our conference calls, we've only done like 4 of them now, but they go pretty long, and especially if it's on a Friday or Saturday, because I don't have to work the next day, so get a little more time. But there will be a chat as well, so if people want to join into the chat, they can do that. And if anybody has some questions, anything that you want to say, if you would like to have a written statement that we'll have Catherine read live during this show, send those to me, send them to her. Probably send them to, well, it doesn't matter. Send them to whoever. But we will try to cover as many topics, as many subtopics, whatever you want to call it, as many as we can about this case. It's an interesting case. It's fascinating. It's not entertainment, but there's just so many different variables, so many different levels of this case. So I'm always interested in hearing people's views on it. And like I said, we want the good people. We want the real researchers. We want the people who are really asking questions, the people who really care about getting to the truth of this case, and the simple people that understand that there's something wrong here, regardless of what you think happened, or even if you're not ready to come to any type of view. There is something wrong here. Let's see. Angela, what time on Friday? This will be at 6 p.m. on Friday on the West Coast Pacific time. I think Central is 2 hours ahead. East Coast is 3 hours ahead. So, but we'll try to give everybody enough time and keep talking about this. And I think also the other thing is how you're going to join. There's a couple different ways. You can join us by phone. You can call in. You can call in through, you can call in online as well. Or you can go to the link. If you click on the link that I will put out, I'll put that in the description of this video. If you click on that link, it'll take you right there. You'll be able to listen. You go on Google, press on this link. You can listen. You can join in. If you have a microphone, if you have speakers, might be good to test all that stuff first, and maybe we'll have some tests later on in this week, because I know in the past other people have been frustrated. They've wanted to join, but their audio source didn't work, or they had some other issues with some technical issues, which we always have. I haven't gone through one of these conference calls where my call didn't get dropped or this or that happened, and
some of that happens if you're using a free program like freeconferencecall.com. That can happen, but I've been happy with it. The quality is not that great, especially when I use it on my phone. The quality works a lot better if you have a headset and if you can access it through your computer. I will try to mute everybody as much as I can. If I do that, I hope that if I mute you, that you still have the ability to unmute yourself. From time to time, if I have you on mute, if I've done it, and if I see no activity, I might unmute you just to see if the background noise that I was getting, if I'm still getting it. So we'll be on top of that. As always, not going to put up with any drama or any of that stuff. This is, again, just for real researchers, people that are passionate. And I know we have a lot of passionate people out there, a lot of them. I know we have a lot of them, and I know a lot of them are still kind of silent. And I think as time goes on, starting to get more vocal, starting to be more comfortable in talking about this case in a public forum, because it isn't easy, because it is a very sensitive subject. It's a touchy topic for everybody. I think everybody knows somebody who has served our country, and if you don't know somebody, you probably know somebody who knows somebody who has served our country. So a lot of people know about people who have gone through PTSD, which I don't think David went through. I don't see any proof of that. I think it's a serious allegation to say that and not back it up and not have proof. So I don't do that. Especially after David Crowley's friend, another soldier, a guy that David Crowley grew up with, named Mitch Heil. Mitch Heil said that no, there's no, David did not have PTSD. Now Mitch Heil will tell you that the Gray State killed David Crowley, but at least he admits David did not have PTSD. All of these different things, right? And so I know we have a lot of different people with a lot of views, and I just hope that we can all just kind of come together and just chat about it and share our views. And we got so much work to do here. So this is to all the researchers out there. So some of the other things, and also topics. Yeah, come on, get it. You got it. Some of the topics, if you guys have topics, if you have some topics that you would like us to cover, let us know that too. I'd love to, I'd love to make sure that any questions or any focus, because there's so much of this case. There's so much of this case that we can't cover it all. Even in the conference calls that we've had, even in the thousands of videos that I've made on it, we can't cover everything. So it's hard to stay on point, and I think as we try to stay on point, the whole narrative kind of builds itself. But we just go where it takes us. So yeah, it's there. It's good. It's a good quality. That's all I'll say. I'll leave it at that. But that's what happens after a hard day's work, sitting in traffic, And that was the other thing that I was thinking about, is I know a lot of people would love to dig deeper. They just don't have time. We don't have a lot of time. How much time can I possibly dedicate to this? And so that's what makes it a little frustrating when you look at how much time the police who got paid, how the authorities who got paid, how much time did they put into this? And then how much time did all of these friends and these families put into looking into what really happened here? Or did they just buy it? Did they just, And that, to me, I find that it's hard to believe that the family just bought it, hook, line, and sinker. So, I think I mentioned Sandy Hook and the Russian hoax because there is the other theory that this is all one big hoax. And that David Crowley is still out there somewhere, and they faked his death and whatever, some type of secret op, which I don't know. I mean, I can't prove that it's not true, but I can only look at the evidence that would prove that it is true. And I don't know. I don't really see it, but I'm trying to keep an open mind to it. So, because you just never know. You never know with this stuff, especially with everything that's going on. This was a crucial time too when David was working on this movie that turned into a TV series that was then going to help him create the movie version. It still sounds like in the end the movie was really David's baby. The TV series was kind of like going to lead him there, kind of like how 24 had a TV series. I've never seen it, but they had a TV series that turned into a movie. I think X-Files did that too a couple times. So that stuff happens. But yes. How can I help you? She's just something else. So, what else did I want to cover here? I think that was about it, really. I'd have to pick her up. I don't know if I can. She's shy. Her hair gets everywhere too. What else? I don't know if there was anything else. Just going back and rereading all of the 94 pages, I think it's also clear that the time of death that they should have been looking for should have been earlier, I think. We have a lot of people that say, neighbors that said that they didn't see David, they didn't see the Crowleys since before Christmas. And looking at those dates, and now it's like, okay, December 19th, December 20th, December 21st. This is early. This is way before Christmas. So it's really strange. Then you have the guy who lived behind David talking about hearing gunshots, 3 rapid gunshots, which is also another strange thing when we know how many bullets had to have been fired. And I think that's why some people think that the bullets were not fired there, that the bodies weren't there, the people weren't killed there. So there's many levels of this whole thing, and I don't know what is true. I don't know what is, but I know that it is a known theory, and it's been one of the early popular theories, is that David Crowley did not kill himself and staged his death and faked it and all that. And I can understand why people see that. And the police and the authorities, family and friends, they've done a terrible job at helping people see if that's not true. So let's look at some of these comments, see if I missed any here. Sandy Hook, once you start looking, yeah. I know. Yeah, that Sandy Hook one was really, really strange there. Angela talks about wondering about the 50K trust withdrawal. Yeah, that's another one that gets kind of overlooked too. The 50K withdrawal, the money, and I don't know too much about that either. The financials and the phone records are really the two next big things that I need to tackle. So, but I spent a lot of time just on the bodies, just on what the police did, what the authorities did, how they handled it, and the neighbors. The financials are very important, and the phone records are very important because they should line up with the phone calls that are mentioned in the 94 pages of police reports. And if they don't, then we know that there's problems there, right? Which some people have brought up, that there are some problems there. Okay, let's see. Okay, good. Yeah, Catherine says that talking to Angela, that if Angela will be there on Friday, we'll have Dan Hennon explain the whole financial thing thoroughly in detail. So he's really good at that. He's an accountant, in case you didn't know that. Spoiler. So let's see what else. Butterfly Kisses says, I thought that was a hoax as soon as I saw the Parker guy on the news. That alone started getting me to research it. Yeah, and I am hoping that one day we'll do a story on that too. Do a show on that, because I'd love to learn more and be skeptical, I guess, and kind of hear these other views, and then see where that research leads me. See if I can formulate some type of view. I just haven't had any time to really even come to form any type of view on that. So we'll see what happens there. But the hoax thing does seem like, again, it's another popular version, and I just want to really break it down, or have somebody break it down for me to figure out where that's coming from, why there's so much backlash towards it, and the whole crisis actors. I guess it gets back into the crisis actors and that stuff, and maybe that could be another thing why people believe that David Crowley faked his death. Maybe that's what he was. I don't know. I mean, we could go on and on and on, right? And there's somebody out there who probably just is really mad right now that we're even thinking about that and discussing it and talking about it. But that's what you have to do. You have to talk about it, work it out, work through it, and then see where that leads you. If we're just gonna, go with whatever the most popular thing is, or what my best friend thinks is true, that's not going to lead to truth. It's not going to help anybody. It confuses things. It muddies those waters. What about the lack of Christmas gifts under the tree or located anywhere in the house? Yeah, that's another thing. So the lack of Christmas gifts, and that kind of I could see why authorities would think that, well, the murders had to have happened, this crime had to have happened after Christmas, because there is no wrap paper, right? If it happened before Christmas, they're going to unwrap the presents afterwards. So that was another interesting question. I think that's another good point there too. Now there were Christmas wrapping paper in the basement. They did see that, so. Okay, let's see. Greg, did the phone they were using, did anyone get the records? Yeah, Lori, we have the phone records. There are 4 phone records, and this is the most important to catalog. We really need somebody to tackle this, to catalog in a spreadsheet all of the 4 phone records, the times and the dates of who made what call to what number. There are so many, I know. And so that's a very important one. But there are 4 phone records that I know of, and those phone records, we have all 4 of them, and some of the calls do take place after December 23rd. I think maybe even, I forget when the last one was, but I think it was well after December 26th. So those phone records really need to be gone through. They are on my website. I think I've shared them into the group, but in the research document onto my website, there is a research document that has links to all of the different PDFs that we have that you can download right there. So I believe it's under the financial reports. But if you can't find them, or if you need help finding them, I can definitely help you with that. Make sure everybody has access to all of the records. That's why I created just one document, one place where all of the PDFs that I have, all the documents, all the photos, you can get to all of it through this one post that I've written. All right, let's see. I'm trying to catch up on Dan and Catherine's videos. Angela, I'm trying to catch up on them too. There's still some that oh wait, I missed that one. Oh, I didn't see that one. Okay. So I'm with you there. Butterfly Kiss is talking about the Christmas trees, or the fact they had the Christmas trees before this happened. Yeah, the Christmas tree was a fake one. It was one of those plastic Christmas trees, is what it looks like. Maybe one you get at Home Depot, possibly. Dun, dun, dun. So those trees, yeah, you know what's interesting about the tree is there should have been blood, because there was blood on the light switch next to the Christmas tree. A little drop of blood. Actually, more, if you really zoom in, you can see multiple drops of blood next to that light switch, which would be on the south wall, where the front window is, behind the Christmas tree. There had to have been blood on that Christmas tree as well, maybe even flesh. If the bodies were shot where they were, I would expect some of that at least, but that goes into the low velocity and high velocity, medium velocity of the blood spots that we're seeing, which again, haven't had time to really go deep into, but I think it's something that it is, again, it's one of the better factors to really help us understand what really happened here. Oh, Angela says I've only became aware of this in the past months. Oh, you're gonna have a lot. You're about to go down a serious rabbit hole right now, but it's good. Just go wherever it leads you. Let's see. Yeah, it probably does have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions, and I've been looking into this for like 4 years now, and I still have a ton of questions. So that's gonna be the nature of this case for some reason. I don't know why. So let's see. What else do we have? Oh, you're referring to the Sandy Hook. Okay, yeah, Sandy Hook. That's a crazy one. Angela says, I feel that connecting with the 3 videos are a great start. I only watch the Netflix junk to better understand the names and have a mental image. Yeah, I think that's a good point. That's a good point to say is those images just, yeah, there's some interesting images inside of there. I'll just leave it at that. Let's see. I got some mental images, but I think it's good to watch the documentary. As much as I crap on it and everything, I understand why people watch it, because you want to get all sides. Real people are gonna watch that. I think these people might be capitalizing on that, knowing that, of how much interest there is out there. And so why would they share it to you freely when they could make you pay for it? So this guy, yeah, she does want to go outside. All right, let me get one second. Come on. Where you going? Saw her before I did. It's fluffy, it's gray, and it's fat. Very fat. Let's see. Yeah, she does want outside. See, the crime scene only shows lifting up one corner of the rug. What about the rest? Any blood staining elsewhere? Interesting. That would, yeah, I thought that there was blood on the, well, we don't know. I mean, I really don't know, because no, we haven't seen that. But those photos should be out there, right? The photos of the floor, because we have the photo afterwards where there's a big cut out of that hardwood floor. Oh, excuse me, there's a big cut out of that hardwood floor, and it's a huge hole. So, not a hole, but just a big, huge cut there, and then it's painted white or something like that. So, yeah, I'd be curious to see those photos. They have to be out there. It's a good idea. We need to get those photos. We need the photos of the rug removed. Once the rug was removed, we need to know what the rug looked like. All right, I like that. That's a great one. Yeah, there's not a lot of blood except for the writing on the wall. That's really it. It's all confined to this one area, at least the blood that they're talking about, the blood that is mentioned. And so even the, aren't photos public knowledge? Not all of them, apparently. Apparently the ones of the blood, and even of us, we asked for a photo of the gun where it was. And I said, even if the bodies were blurred out, do you think we could get that photo? And it was like, no. Nope. So we're not going to get that as far as I know. You never know. It would be nice to get something more. I'd like to know. I just want a photo of the gun. Obviously, we do need more photos. We do need more photos of where everything was, and where those bodies were, how they were laid out, because it's not really mentioned there. And the bodies are moved, and the gun might have even been moved before the BCA crime scene team got there. The gun was probably already moved for safety reasons, whatever. So hopefully photos, videos were all taken of all of that. Simple things like that are the things that frustrate me the most. Okay, so I have a question. How long does it take to process one body? Good question. You're talking about for the medical examiner? I think all that we know is I think they have the actual times and dates, the times of when they stopped, when the medical examiner began, and then when the autopsy ended. But so I don't know. Catherine might know that more than I do. Catherine said depends on the situation and circumstances. Yeah, I'm sure. How long the bodies were there, all of that. So, but that was something that I tried to note to make sure that we know what time the autopsies were done. Really, what time the medical examiner was informed and was on standby. What time the medical examiner showed up. What time the medical examiner left, and what time the autopsy started. Now, we have all that. I'm not sure if we have when the autopsies ended, though. That would be very interesting. The only way that we might be able to tell from these documents, unless there's an easier way, we might be able to tell by when each one started, because and who was the medical examiner for that one. So for David Crowley, the pathologist was Jessica Lelinski. And, I mean, that doesn't really... I guess so she would have had to have been done by a certain time. So we'd have to get those exact times. But I think we can get pretty close to really saying when each one... Because Kamel's and Ranya's kind of coincide. There's some overlap between those. I don't believe there is some overlap between those ones and David's, meaning that Kamel's and Ranya's autopsy would have ended before 11:50 a.m. Kamel's began at 8:30, so 8:30 to 11:30, about 2 hours maybe, but it would be good to know as much as possible. It's good to know who was there, what police officers were at each autopsy. All of this stuff is relevant. It's all relevant. So let's see, anything else here? Dun, dun, dun. It's not bad. It's a Chardonnay from Monterey, 2014. It's really good. It's aged very nice. All right. Don't they take pictures at the morgue? Yeah, they should take pictures at the morgue. And the family, Catherine, does the family get those pictures, the morgue pictures that they, or how far does the family have to request that stuff? I'm wondering if Kate Crowley ever did request that. Let's see. Did they ever take sample of the drains in the tub for blood? No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. They didn't. Add that to the list of things that they didn't do. But okay, Catherine says yes, the immediate family can get those. Maybe not all of them, but most. Well, that would be good. That'd be good. One thing that I would like to get is the audio recordings of the people that were interviewed by the Apple Valley Police. All of them. I want the ones where they talk to David's friends. I want the ones where they talk to David's family. I want the ones where they talk to Kamel's sister. I want any of the audio recordings that the police have, or transcript of them. So I can understand them not giving us the audio, but how about a transcript? I think we might have to look into that. I'll add that to my list too. And I know Dan Hinnon has tried this. I believe he's tried this too, but it doesn't hurt to try again. To try again. Keep trying, because you never know. Maybe they'll give us more photos, more documents next time. You just never know. All right. Well, trying to think if I had anything else to cover here. Just been going through. Oh, you know what was really weird? The lady who lived across the street, Anne Marie Hickson. This is from the Apple Valley Police Reports, page 13. And Tara Becker talked to Hickson. Is it Hickson? Let me make sure it's Hickson. Yeah, this is weird. So Hickson said that she noticed that there was a certain light or candle that has come on every day since Christmas. Thought that was weird. You have people who you have lights. Okay, if certain lights would come on, I mean, it must be on a timer. I'm guessing. I'm assuming it's on some type of a timer for that light to come on. But then you have the neighbor who lives behind the Crowleys say that they hadn't seen any activity since the 19th, since December 19th. The other one is not Lorraine Tuppy. One second. Lorraine Shepard? Teresa Shepard. Teresa Shepard, if you look at Apple Valley Police Reports, page 56, Teresa Shepard is another very interesting one. Because she was out of town until December 23rd. So she comes back on December 23rd, and the Crowleys are not home. There's no activity. There's nothing. There were no lights on at the Crowley residence. She believes, let's see. Yeah, Teresa Shepard. Now, Teresa Shepard is the neighbor that noticed that the rear slider was open, quote, shortly after she arrived home from vacation. Shepard did not hear or see anything else unusual at the Crowley residence. So she sees this open. Now, it's also mentioned that she couldn't tell if it was the rear slider that was open or if it was the screen of the rear slider that was open. I don't think there was a screen, right? So, and it says partially open, meaning it, to me, the way that I took that, meaning it was to mean that on December 23rd, Teresa Shepard saw the Crowley rear slider open, partially open, more than just a jar 1/4 inch, as it would be later on, meaning sometime between December 23rd and when the bodies were found, that rear slider was possibly open. If the rear slider was open on December 23rd, partially, I don't know, it's written weird. It's written in a weird way, which makes me want to get a transcript of their interview with Teresa Shepard. Now, I would love to get a transcript. You would love to get a transcript. Page 56. We all would. But I don't think her interview was recorded, if I remember correctly, which was another weird thing. So let's see. Oh, she also talks about, now Teresa Shepard is one that talks about on January 24th, 2015, there was a lot of activity at the Crowley house. So this is when they were taking stuff out. Probably, I don't know who, but a lot of people, there's a lot of activity. That's all it says, all right? At the residence. And she believes people there were cleaning out the residence at the time. Shepard did not have any other information about what happened. She did not call the police about the door that she had seen ajar. That's another interesting thing. Why would she call the police about a door being ajar that she saw on December 23rd when nothing had happened yet? I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's nothing. So I have her residence blacked out here, but I know we can see. She's on Lowell Drive, so she is behind the Crowleys as well. Here's one for you. Here's one for you. All right, let me go through some of the comments. I feel like I'm missing comments, but after that, I want to make sure that I finish off here with Brett Malay. Okay. Oh. Let's see this. Actually, Lori said, I want to know why they never talked to Sidra's dad. Lori, that's actually weird because Detective Gummert told me that he never talked to Sidra's dad. He told Dan Hennon that he did. And then after I confronted Gummert about that, Detective Gummert said that that he did talk to Sidra's dad. So apparently he was in communication with Sidra's dad for a long time. Take that for what you will. Let's see, what's next? Straight out of the trash can says, drove by the house earlier today. I live a few cities over and saw the new family that lives there. Oh, so it is true that the old residents moved out of there. How sad. Yeah, I was looking at the house there. Interesting. All right. Butterfly Kisses says, I think I heard the dad didn't want to talk, so Sidra spoke for him. Yeah, I heard that too. I heard a few different things, but again, it all turns out that it wasn't really true, that the government did talk with Sidra's dad. The question is, why the big secret? Why the lie, the unnecessary lie? And if he would have never got caught in that lie, if we would have never questioned it, who knows? We would probably still all think that that Kamel's dad never did talk to Detective Gummer. How many other lies are out there then? How many other fabrications? How, all of that. It's just like, if there's one, there could be two. So we'll go with that. Let's see. Melanie, thanks for joining us. Melanie, thanks for joining us straight out of the trash can. Angela, Butterfly, Lori. Melanie says, just joining in, and the fact is my first time taking part in a live chat. You are discussing the family that was murdered around Christmas time in the home, correct? Yes. Now, I don't know if they were murdered. I don't know when they were murdered, but yes, we are discussing the David Crowley case, and we are trying to understand what happened, why the police lied, why the investigation was done so quickly, why there is still no evidence to prove David Crowley is guilty, and why there's so much resistance for people asking questions and for people trying to find out what really happened. When there's a child involved, when there's a young woman involved, a young man involved, a United States soldier involved. Yeah, it gets real pretty quickly once you start thinking about it. So, Kamel's gravestone, the date is December 25th. It's December 25th. Nobody knows when she died, but it's on the gravestone right there. It's weird. Just another thing. So, anyways, we will, yes. So Friday's going to be an interesting day. I hope everybody can join us again. I think I'm about ready to wrap up here, unless anybody else has any other questions. I look forward to seeing you all Friday. It's going to be a really interesting day, and we are going to be back here, not here, but we're going to be on free conference call. I will put the link where you can join in, where you can listen in, where you can participate, where you can contact us by phone and ask questions, share your own views. We're just going to have a nice, healthy talk, another healthy talk, because we need to find out what happened here. And if we don't, nobody else is going to. If we don't, the story is just going to die, and the truth about what happened here is going to die with it. I'm not willing to let that happen. I know you aren't willing. Kamel's tombstone is dated December 25th, 2014. So, and it just says Kamel Russell Alam. I don't even think it says Crowley. I could be wrong. I'm not sure if it says Crowley or not. And I thought that was kind of weird. She's buried in Texas. The date of death, yeah. So that's the apparent date of death. I don't know who decided. I guess the parents would decide that. I forget when that picture was taken. I think it was taken in January, possibly. And the theory, again, is that Kamel's mom did not know about any of this until recently. Meaning all that was there, all that was done. If that's true, then Kamel's mom was lied to. It was a big cover up. It was a big cover up. And I don't understand that either. A lot of things like that I don't understand, unless there was a reason why they didn't want Kamel's mom to know. Maybe Kamel had some family in some very powerful places, and some people that would have been willing to look into it. Maybe they are. Maybe they're out there right now. I believe that there will be family and friends who will eventually help us find out what happened here. So I look forward to seeing you guys all then, all you ladies then, everybody then. I think it's going to be a nice, healthy talk as usual. I would just remind everybody to please mute yourself as much as you possibly can. Talk whenever you want, and we'll go from there. So I appreciate everybody joining us here. I look forward to seeing you all on Friday, 6 p.m. Pacific time. Free conference call. freeconferencecall.com/Greg Fernandez Jr. I'll put up the phone number. I'll put up the link where you can join us. And thanks again. Okay, so let's go through some of these photos here, these new photos. Dan Hennon is going to be putting out 671 photos taken from the crime scene. It's not meant to be disrespectful to show these photos, but they are graphic, and you might not want to see this. So this first photo is from the master bedroom bathroom. And this photo was taken as the police lifted up the toilet seat lid. In other photos, this lid was down. They opened it up, took a photo of it to show what is inside of it. And you can see there's still some water in there. The seat looks pretty clean. The seat lid also looks like maybe it was wiped, similar to the way that the other toilet seat lid in Rainey's bathroom looked very similar to the top of this one. So to me it looks like something was wiped from the top of the toilet seat lid. Why it would be wiped is a whole other issue, or what was actually wiped. But you can see how very little water there is. This was not a source of water for the dog. There's no way the dog could have opened the toilet seat lid and then put it back down. So they're clearly showing this just for reference. There's a picture of the three of them. Now here we have a WGA, a Writers Guild of America West documentation of registration through the Writers Guild for David Crowley for Gray State. He's clearly the writer. We don't see anybody else's name here. Not to say that, there might not be another form with a different writer or additional writers, but this is what we have here. The effective date is 6/5/14, and it expires on 6/5/19. So it's going to be hard for anybody to really try to take that credit before 2019 is my guess. This photo is taken from one of the rooms that we have not really explored too deeply because we didn't get a lot of photos of this. What you're looking at here is the door that leads to the garage. And they've taken several photos of it. This photo just shows it closed. And then I do believe that the door to the left of this leads down into the basement. Now, if you're standing and you're facing this door, directly behind you will be where the slider is, where that rear slider is. To the right of this photo will be the fireplace. All right, and then obviously you can see here that they have a whiteboard over here. Let's take a look at what's on the whiteboard. It is hard to see what exactly is on that whiteboard, But there's an expo. I can't tell what exactly it is. Something TC Future Expo. I can't tell. Or EXP on the 29th. So there's something to be there. If you look at the 23rd, it said shoot something. Shoot hands. And with a question mark. There's a birthday, somebody's birthday on the 17th. And then Dad's birthday on the 10th. Not sure what MK means, but what you'll see on the month is also interesting too. March 2014 is what it looks like. Here we see more things crossed out by David Crowley. Some more, can't tell exactly what is on these writings in this photo. Some drawings in the back. Garage door problems, and of course Colin Procknow's phone number, something that looks like maybe a jury duty notice, kind of what it looks like to me, can't really tell. And if you're looking at this light, looks like to the right of it, you can see something that looks like a small little blood spatter. Now, obviously, what you're seeing right now, these photos are going to look a lot better. They're going to be a lot more high-res when you actually get the actual photo, which will be coming out soon. Dan Hennon's going to put those out there so everybody can look and decide for themselves what they're seeing here, and maybe even help us understand things that we're looking at and we just don't catch. Alright, so lots of post-it notes again. Plenty of room, plenty of space, plenty of places to write a suicide note if one wanted to, or they could just not write one for whatever reason, and then we could just guess that it is a suicide note without any facts or proof. But so I'm not sure where that door to the right leads. But one thing that Dan Hennon did kind of point out in some of these screenshots, if you look here, next to the Stalin book, the Satanic Verses. I can't tell who the writer is there. It won't be hard to find. Generation Kill. But the Satanic Verses, it goes back, again, to this thing that just keeps bothering me about the satanic presence in this whole case. And as a Christian, I have no problem talking about that. And as a Christian, I have no problem saying that it's just a guess. It's just a theory. But here's one more thing that would add to that theory. That they're not saying they were killed by a demon or anything like that, but something very, very strange going on there. So I'm glad he was able to point that out to me because I did not see that. And so we'll have to look more at that Satanic Verse thing. Alright, moving on to the next one. Here's another shot you can see with the door open. My guess is still that that door leads down into the basement. And that's really all of value for that one. Okay, this shot is in the basement bathroom. And we're going to see some interesting things here in this basement bathroom that I guess was built after Crowley moved into this house. He might have actually built this himself or remodeled this, possibly. I don't know. It's possible it was already there too, but you can see there's no shower curtain. I don't know how well used the shower was or whatever, but there's a strange thing you're going to see here in this shower, and it's going to be in that bathtub. Now, the first thing you can tell about this whole scene here is how dirty it is. So it's very, very dirty. Alright? And, again, there's no curtain, so who knows how well this one was actually used or what it was used for. But there is a strange plastic tubing that almost looks like something you would use at a hospital. So I don't know what this was actually used for like some IV transfusion or something like that. That was kind of the thing that really stuck out to me, was what is this? What are they doing with this? And why is this in the bathroom? Very, very interesting here. Hard to tell if any of this is blood or just, you know, whatever, just different markings and things. But I found that very, very strange. It's a long, long piece of tube, so where was that going? Why is it in here? Was it being cleaned off or washed off or something? So, I think that's the only relevance of this photo. Let's keep marching on. Okay, so we're still in the basement bathroom. Now we're looking at the toilet. This is the one shot that I really wanted police to give us from the very start. I think from the other photos that we were given of this same toilet, it's hard to tell how much water was actually inside of this toilet. So I'm really happy that they were able to give us this photo and put any speculation to rest that yes, there was water in this toilet. And even though it doesn't look like there's any markings or any traces that the dog tried to drink out of this, it's possible that that's exactly what the dog did. It's one of the only sources of water that the dog must have had throughout this whole house. One of them. So I was really very happy that they gave us that photo. I'm surprised it took so long and we had to go through so much to get it, but we got it. So again, you can see how dirty it is. This is a man cave toilet to me. Is what it looks like. It's not a lot of piss all over it. Lots of piss. So that's another thing to look at. Maybe you'll find something interesting here, but to me, and it doesn't look like this toilet seat was wiped like the other two. Alright, what else do we got? So, it talks about a straight path to the Lord. And again, it's not something, a straight path is not killing yourself. A straight path is not killing somebody else and taking your child with you. There is no straight path on that. There's also no reason why anyone who believed in any of this stuff, who believed in the Quran, would rip these pages out. So it's obviously done by someone who did not like the Quran, did not want to read it, did not agree with it, and that's the way that I take this. So, say no reward do I ask of you for it but this, that each one who will may take a straight path to his Lord. So, that's a very interesting quote there. It's a very interesting phrase to have open here, all things considered. This is probably the most, if not the second most, disturbing photo, because I can't tell what that is on the right hand side. You can clearly see on the left hand side there is a bone there, but I do not know what this is here on the right hand side. More pages taken out, it looks like, of the Quran. More blood, more everything, but the question is, what is this? What is this in this right corner here? What are we looking at? Are we looking at a skull? This is just for us to figure out, what really happened here. And things like this, no matter how disturbing they are and how weird they might look, these are those things that one has to really do if they want to understand what really happened here. Or they can just guess and speculate without looking at any of the photos like this. So here you clearly have a bone in this left side. And one thing I thought that was a little eerie was right next to the bone is another ripped out page, and on this page it says true. It definitely has blood on it. So we have that. I can't tell what type of a bone that is or where that might have come from, but I'm going to say one of the arms or one of the hands. And considering the fact that the daughter's whole arm, I believe her whole right arm was missing, who knows? Right, so a lot of blood there. But if anyone can help us kind of understand what this might be, what are we looking at here, I think that would really help.
Number 7 looks like a bullet that has not been used. Now, the question is, why not? Where did this come from? Here you have probably a piece of the skull or some type of flesh that might have happened when they were shot, or it could have been a result of the dog. So when you think about how contaminated the crime scene must have been when police walked in there, and for them to assume so many different things from the very start, does raise a lot of questions. So next to the hair here, next to the 7, to the left of the 7, there is a little white piece of something. Hard to tell what that is right here. But underneath it, you can clearly see part of the skull. That's what this must be here, mixed in with the hair. Right, more hair. Some brownish hair in there. Alright, here's another close-up shot of it and where that bullet is. So, and again, there's no way that this can be the bullet, the mushroom bullet that rolled out of the carpet a couple days ago, because police obviously took a shot of it right now, so they have it. The question is, where did this bullet come from, and why? So, I think that's all for that one. Now, here's an interesting one here. This is a knife. And it's hard to tell from this side what this is, but we're going to show the actual knife, and you'll be able to see that. So, what was this knife used for? To cut off all of the hair? Is that what we're kind of being told? Because we're going to get a shot of that knife later on. It doesn't look like it has a lot of blood on it. So, was this used to try to protect themselves? Who knows? I mean, it really... if there was some type of a hostage situation, regardless of if it was David keeping the wife and the daughter hostage or somebody else. It's the first time that we're hearing about this knife or seeing a knife in the police reports here. Now this is camouflage, so it is hard to tell if I don't believe any of this is really blood to me. And it could be. Maybe there might be some blood there next to the Ontario. But most of this is just the knife is a camo knife. So, but again, the more we look at it, the more we'll find. So, this is the back of the knife. So it looks like there's maybe a screwdriver on the back of this knife too. On the other side is where the knife blade actually is. So the blade is actually face down right now. Why it's here? It would make more sense if it was a self-defense reason to have this here. But again, we don't really know. The knife is not mentioned in the 94 pages. So who knows what else is also not mentioned too. We know that the blood writing on the wall was not mentioned to the family for months. So why would the police hide that? And to me, yes, that is a cover-up because they're hiding it. Alright, so they told the family 2 months later, and then, okay, then there's no cover-up, but they still wanted to keep it covered up from anyone who was looking at this case, because they knew that it would just raise more questions. And they do not want to raise more questions. They want this case to go away. They want it to end. They want their story out there, and that's it. They're not open to any alternative theories. Their theory is David's guilty. That's it. What we are looking at here is probably the most disturbing photo, if not one of the most, again. So it's important to recognize where this is. So this looks like we are looking at the bottom right corner is that table where the wedding band was found and where the picture of the pyramids was also found, and where the daughter's toys in that tea kettle were also found. That's what it looks like. Now, if David was barefoot, then this foot obviously could not be his. It has to be the wife's. And you can see the blood
on that foot. And you can see more hair. I mean, the amount of hair is just, it's just everywhere. Number 13, you can see the blood splatter. Lots of blood here everywhere. Some of this kind of looks like maybe the dog kind of corrupted that too, but you can definitely tell which way the blood is coming from. It's coming from the living room. It was shot. This thing here in the upper corner, yeah, it could be a brain. It could be a piece of a brain or something. I was thinking maybe it was some dog feces as well. Could be stuffing. I don't know. It's really hard to tell what it is. Does look like a piece of brain. Alright, so to the left of the number 13, you can clearly see more dog feces there with blood. So there's definitely blood there. In the upper middle section, again, another bone, another piece of bone, and then probably another piece of maybe flesh or bone to the left of that bone. So again, in the upper corner, upper right corner of your screen, probably some more flesh. There's more hair, and then here is the foot. And we're showing this just because we want to understand what's happening here, what happened. We're not showing it to be disrespectful or anything like that. So I hope nobody takes. I mean, they're entitled to take it like that if they want, but that is not the purpose of this. So we can see it's probably the right foot to me is what it looks like. So let me know what you think, what this looks like. It's a very disturbing photo here. Alright, so now we're at the kitchen island where David allegedly wrote that note. They have another marker here, well, where David typed up a note, I should say. But they have marker number 17. And you're going to see what looks like blood throughout this whole little blood droppings on this wall here. One of the things that I noticed is if you look above the Christmas tree lights, you see some blood there, little blood there, but it does look like something else was wiped off of this island, and that could have been done before these murders or anything like that happened. So, just saying, it looks again like something was cleaned up, something was wiped up, but then you have these other little blood splatter marks. So you have to go with that. Some of the other things we can see in here, we can see the David's cell phone, the bloody cell phone that we're going to see later on. We can see where that is. We can also see more headphones there, and hard to tell, maybe hard to tell exactly what that is. But in the background, one of the things that we can see is that the dishwasher is open. So we can clearly see that here. And let's take a look at the floor, see if we see anything else there. You can see a few little hairs on the floor, and then more blood marks on this whole green island, the part of the green island. Lots of hairs, more hairs over here next to the vent. What you can see here in the left side, the lower left, is that there's still soap in there. So looks like the dishwasher is full, it's ready to go. The soap was in there and it was never started. Now you see the number 22 with a little marker there. To me, that would indicate blood. So we can see number 22, maybe a little blood there. On the kitchen floor tiles, it looks like at least a couple little drops of blood mixed with hair. There's some more hair there. There's some more hair right there. and a few more hairs above. So it's everywhere. The hair is definitely everywhere. Right? Let's see if there's anything else to see here. I believe that is it. Okay, number 26, we can see here that there is one finger of blood, and a blood mark made by one finger reaching for the tissue box, I guess, or, okay. So we definitely have that. Not sure if they were reaching to clean something up again, or what it was. Now, a few interesting things here. There's the Christmas tree. Note where the Christmas tree is, because the Christmas tree does move. The dog cage, it looks like the dog cage in the back is open. There's no presents under the Christmas tree. We can see that. And then there is the gun. So next on the if you're looking at the Christmas tree, there is a Tigger stuffed animal, and to the right of that is where the gun is. You can clearly see that. Let's try to zoom in on that one. You can see the gun there. Okay, this is not where the gun was found, as far as we know, unless there was a second gun. This is definitely not where the gun was found. The gun was found, the murder weapon, we should say, was found in the living room floor next to David's left hand. Even though David is right-handed, his right hand was completely missing. And the gun also looks like it was cleared already. So that's an interesting one too. Cleared the gun, moved it out of the way, and forgot to look up above the Christmas tree to see if there was a bullet hole or a bullet that they think killed David. Alright, so then there's next to the light switch. Let's look at that light switch for a second, because next to the light switch is another marker. So maybe there's more blood there. That's number 33, which again is probably more blood. So how did blood get all the way over here? Let's move on to the next one. And here's one of the interesting, very strange ones. I thought was very, very strange here. So this looks like it was taken, this photo looks like it was taken on that kitchen island again. And you can see how the gun is, so maybe that's what police do. Once they find a gun, they put some tie wraps on it, take a couple photos, and doesn't look like there's any blood on that gun. It is a XD. So that, again, could be the same one. Why they took this photo of this gun in this box is kind of interesting too. On the magazine, you can clearly see blood. How did the blood get there? The blood would have had to have been there before David inserted this into the actual gun, right? Alright, and here is that photo that we talked about earlier, where if you're looking straight ahead, then behind you is where the rear slider is. To the left is probably where you go down into the basement, and going forward will lead you into this garage. And if you look at the shape of this, it looks round. It almost looks like maybe there was a head resting, a bloody head that was resting here for whatever reason. How did the blood get there on this reclining chair? It really looks like this is blood on this chair here. How did it get there? The circular blood on this does make me think that there was a head resting here. Somebody's bloody head was put here. So, just a guess, but take a look at that. Let me know what you guys think. You can see there's more hair, and the fact that there's also some hair here, again, leads me to think that there was somebody's bleeding head was resting here for some reason. So who knows? Who knows what all that's about? It's a very curious thing, though. See a few more little blood spots on the side, mixed with more hair there. So that's an interesting one there. I think that's this one to me is, I mean, if it's not somebody's head that was resting there, what was it that would cause this blood only to be in this circular shape here? We're back on the kitchen island. You'll notice the marble kitchen island here. There's a yellow marker in the left corner. We're looking at number 35 here, and it is a bloody cell phone. Blood all over this phone, which, you know, if David had written things on the wall and then grabbed his phone for some reason. So what was he doing on this phone to make this phone so bloody? Must be something. Must be some reason. And so I'm hoping that they were able to match up David's fingerprints with this blood here. Because the actual blood might not have been his. It might have been from the wife's or from the daughter's. We don't really know. And I think police don't really know either, but I think they've done a great job at guessing about these things, and hopefully this is one of those things they didn't guess on and they got right, and we just haven't seen the evidence. Alright, so swabs must have been done to see that, but then the question goes back, okay, what are you doing with a bloody phone, and you just set it here on the kitchen island, and then type up a little note, I have loved you all with all of my heart. Very strange stuff. Here's the actual knife, and again, just like how we saw the gun placed in a box after it was moved, the knife here is also placed in a box after it was moved, and we can only assume that they were placed in the box so that the police could take them and do more tests with them, and the BCA could run tests, blah blah blah. So they put them in these special boxes. That's just a guess. You can see where this table is, and we know that, you know, this knife. This is the other side of that knife that we saw, where it said Ontario, and you can clearly see with this knife that it's a camel knife. So it makes it really hard to tell what is blood, if there's any on here, and I'm not seeing any. And it makes it hard to tell what is blood and what is something else. What is just, you know, the camo painting of it. You could clearly see where these blade marks are, that this all looks like camo paint. It does not look like blood to me. And there's no mention of a knife in the police reports. There's no mention of a knife by police, period. So, but here we have a knife, and the knife was found looks like the knife was found on the living room floor, next to one of the bodies, or maybe next to all three. Okay, and we have come to the final photo here. We can clearly see the whole couch. It does not look like there is any blood footprints on the couch, if you look at the center of the couch. So how did David, if true, how did David get up onto this couch and write Allahu Akbar in blood? We can zoom in on the couch. We can clearly see at the bottom of the couch, at the foot of the couch, where there is some fingerprint markings. Maybe somebody was trying to reach out or trying to do something. But if you look at the actual couch cushions, for me it's hard to tell that somebody climbed up here and wrote all of this Allahu Akbar crap. So it's a lot of dripping blood that you can still see there, and even a little blood down here in the corner. In the lower right corner you can see some more blood there. So a lot of blood on the wall, but it's hard to see it on the couch. Not saying it's not necessarily there, but from this point you really can't see it, can't tell. And he would have had to have used multiple places on this couch to write what he wrote on the wall. These blankets, the blue blanket, you can clearly see there's more blood over there. So lots of blood in that area. Over here, scroll over there. lots of blood there, which could explain again some of the lack of blood that we find on the floor. A lot of that could be wrapped up here. There is the Surface Pro. From what they said, the way that it was found, that if they were watching, if Randy and Camille were watching the Surface Pro and David came up from behind them, then why does the Surface Pro look like this? Why does it look closed? So, just another question there. You see all the papers. Right underneath the 42, you'll see this is a Christmas ornament that looks like it was smashed. That's what it looks like to me. So, zoom in a little bit on that, and you can see this green thing right under the 42. There's some hair there. You can see a piece of what looks like a Christmas ornament, and then if you look to the left of that, you'll see a few more pieces. There is one right there, and then there is one right there. So clearly looks like Christmas ornament was smashed for some reason. The question is why, and by who, and what was going on here. Just looking at this photo here, you can also see all of the different hair, and you can see kind of by the 44 where the hair clump is, you can see what does look like blood on the carpet. So it does look like there is some evidence of blood on the carpet, clearly right there. Very clear, you can see that. Alright, so that's it for now. When all of these photos come out, then we'll come back and we'll discuss the other photos and see if there's anything else in those photos that we missed. And still trying to find blood on this couch in the center to show how David actually got up there and wrote Allahu Akbar on the wall. Okay. Thanks for joining, and we will see you next time. Bye.
Baby, see how I've been living. Velvet curtains on the windows too. Keep the bright and unforgiving light from shining through. Baby, I remember all the things we did when we slept together in the blue behind your eyelids, baby. Sweet baby, traced your scent through the gloom till I found these purple flowers. I was spent, I was soon smelling you for hours. Lavender, lotus blossoms too. Water the dirt, flowers last for you, baby. Sweet baby. Tangerines and persimmons and sugar cane, grapes and honeydew melon, enough fit for a queen. Lemon trees don't make a sound till branches bend and fruit falls to the ground, baby. Sweet baby. Come to my world and witness the way things have changed. Yes, I finally did it, babe. I got out of LaGrange. Got in my Mercury and drove out west. Pedal to the metal and my love to the test, baby. Sweet baby. I've been trying to enjoy all the fruits of my labor. I've been crying for you, girl, but truth is my savior. Baby, sweet baby, if it's all the same, take the glory any day over the fame, baby. Sweet baby, I've been trying to enjoy all the fruits of my labor. I've been crying for you, girl, but truth is my savior. Baby, sweet baby, if it's all the same, take the glory any day over the fame, baby.
Hello?
Sweet baby.
It's very, I can hear you.
Greetings, greetings, greetings. Can everybody hear
Hello.
me? How are you?
Yep, I hear you.
All right. Yeah, we had a little moment of silence there for our YouTube people. They got a special little treat listening to a song by one of my buddies. But we're all live here now. I appreciate everybody coming in. If I do put you on mute, it's only because we're having some echoes or something, but I'll try to let everybody know if that is the case. So again, thank you all for joining us. This is the third live Gray Stage stream here, just talking about the David Crowley case. We're going to try to keep this to about an hour. I try to keep each one to about 60 minutes. I have failed every time, so we'll see how close we can actually get here. But thank you all for joining us. I know we have Catherine.
Yep, I'm here. Yay!
All right, Catherine. Anything you? Thanks. We saw your latest video there, and I thought it was really good. Glad to have you back in. Are you feeling better?
Oh, thanks. Trying to get there. Yeah.
Okay.
Day by day.
One day at a time.
I was very cranky in that video. And I just, it's just sometimes when I see certain people's names, and I'll try not to because he just makes me so mad, I just lose it.
Greg Fernandez Jr. Okay.
He'll probably take immense pleasure from that statement right there.
I'll give him all the pleasure he wants, too. Come here, buddy.
Hey, now, this isn't that type of show.
No, not that kind of pleasure. No, thank you. No. Definitely not my cup of tea.
I don't know if your heart can handle it.
Could be spoken for, so.
Oh, God, you guys are too funny.
That's all your fault. We also have Sophia. You're here too, right?
Hi, everybody.
Thanks for joining us. Anything new in your research on this case? I know you got a few things on your plate that you're going to be looking into, but anything pressing right now, or anything you'd like to bring up?
Not that I can talk publicly about right now.
Oh, teasing us. Okay. Nice little tease there.
But
Mm-hmm.
I'll be happy to share eventually.
Okay, good. Good. Well, we know you've done some great stuff, and anybody can go back and check out some of the videos that you've done with us and a lot of the various topics that you've covered. We also have Pansy here. Pansy, how are you?
I'm here.
All right. Thank you for joining us again. Anything, any questions, any topics, anything you want to say before we get rolling here?
No, not until we get started.
Okay. And we have Justin has also joined us here. Justin, how are you?
Hey, Craig. It's a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. Glad to have you here. Justin, anything you want to say about this case?
For the research material that I provided to you, currently right now I'm just trying to get a link together so I can post it in the chat to the conference call so anybody can download the material once we start discussing it.
Excellent. And then I think we have Christine has joined us too? Christy, I'm sorry. Hey, Christy.
Yeah, and I'm a newbie, but this has really grabbed a hold of me. Like, the only thing I can explain is that the board has put it on me, because I can honestly say I had never heard of the case, and I watched the documentary, and as I was watching the documentary, I was like, something's off. So as soon as I watched the documentary, I started researching, and it has grabbed a hold of me like something I can't believe. And I have just been scouring everything, going, oh no, this is so wrong. There is something seriously wrong. I mean, we don't have IQs of 53. I mean,
Speak for yourself there.
You
I
would
take
have to have
I take
that.
pride in my low IQ. Just kidding.
Hey, I have an IQ of 54.
Yeah, I'm 53.5. What are you talking about?
There you go, yay!
Well, I don't know if the actual criteria would be to actually believe them, but it might be lower than 53. But maybe beyond the human species.
Wow, that says a lot. What has
But that's
brought
how
you?
I feel about it.
Yeah, what has brought you to this case?
Like I said, I get led a lot by the Lord. I mean, I know everyone has different beliefs and everything, but I go where I feel I'm led. And as I was saying, as I was watching the documentary, I was just going, no, this isn't right. This is not right. There is something sketchy going on with this whole thing. They're painting a picture, and like I said, because I didn't know anything about him, and because I got just such a odd feeling from watching that, I think is what has really grabbed me, because there's just something in me that passionately says there's absolutely no way he did this, and I believe in justice, and I just think it is a travesty that his legacy, regardless of what anyone else wants to believe about him or his beliefs or whatever, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter what kind of person he was. I don't look at things that way. I just look at it like, if it's a lie, then it needs to be revealed. It's wrong. And that's how I feel about it, and that's why I've just gotten so passionate about it, because I'm just that way with anything. If something's wrong and unjust, I just get riled up.
So you basically felt like you were lied to throughout that whole documentary.
Oh, I felt like it was just a complete joke. Yes, exactly. I felt like it was scripted. I felt like it was like every reality show you've ever watched in your life. You know, it's like, oh my gosh, is this much scripted? You know, and there's people out there that believe those are real. You know, and I hope none of you do.
My daughter's watching Dance Moms right now, and I'm like, you do realize that's reality TV. It's all scripted. Because she gets so passionate about it. And I just have to roll my eyes at her.
It's just, they're all basically soap operas, and I kind of felt like that's what this was. It was like this drama unfolding, and they were, you know, leading to a certain direction. And I really read people's body language, and especially eyes. I really look at a person's eyes. And when I was watching it, I was looking at certain people's eyes and going, they're hiding something. They know something, they're hiding something. And just, you know, the drama and the build-up and the crescendo. And then, I mean, and I think I heard someone else, I know who it was. It was the medium that said she had the exact same feeling that I had. I was like, and my poor husband, he's having to hear about this constantly. But I was telling him, I was like, why on earth the dog at the end of the documentary? I mean, they make it like it's walking off into the sunset happy. It was just so disturbing. It just, I mean, and then the other thing is when, of course I went back and I watched it multiple times after that because I was trying to, like, pick up on other things and watch people even more closely. And it's just, I mean, there are certain people that they're movie people, and there's a reason they say certain things end up on the cutting room floor. They basically splice together certain things to paint the picture that they wanted painted. They didn't show every single thing, and that's what I believe is so wrong about that documentary, is the fact that they only picked and chose what they wanted there. And it just made me sick that his dad didn't even defend him. I was just like, you know, that's just unbelievable. That, I mean, as a parent, I mean, if the evidence was like right there in my face, I think it would be hard for me to accept and believe. You know, I mean, I would come to a point if it was so blatant, but it would still be hard to accept. I mean, that's the thing about families and tragedy and death and things like that. A lot of times families, when it actually is something that's true, they go into denial mode and they start looking for other causes because they don't believe that that person could have possibly committed suicide or that that person could have possibly committed that crime. So they start looking and seeking out, even though it's not real. But for him, with all of these holes in this, to go on there and not defend his child, to just, I mean, that made me sick. And also, after looking at it a couple of times, and then when I started researching, I was like, okay, what's the timeline of his mother passing away and this documentary being made? Does anyone know?
His mom died, what, 8 months after?
Yeah, it was 7 or 8 months after. But yeah, we can definitely talk about that. But Greg, I'm going to make you stick to the hour. We're 30 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
sorry.
That's fine.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay, Christy. I'm just giving Greg a hard time.
I just don't understand why they didn't mention the mom in the documentary.
Oh yeah,
That's
that
the only
bothered
thing
me
I was
too.
putting out there.
Yeah, I don't
I
even
was
think
like,
they showed
that's
her.
weird.
They didn't even show her in the movie, did
No. Nope.
they? The other thing was,
That
It
was
wasn't
my point.
until
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
because it wasn't until I got into the group after I watched the documentary that I even knew that his mother had passed away. I thought that she just wasn't a part of the picture at all.
It must have been
And
about
it
4 or
wasn't-
5 months afterwards because she was still. I think when she died, I don't think the case had been closed yet.
It was 5 months. I just read it
5 months?
yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing about his dad is, did his dad, like, is there a quote, I guess, what I would look for? Is there a quote where the dad says that his son is guilty? I mean, I've only watched the documentary like once, so it's hard for me to go back and look at
No,
that.
he just doesn't defend him.
Right.
No, and then he reads the last page of the supposed journal, which is really just the script, where it says, after he's done writing his notes about Christmas, David goes in and shoots Camille and Rania.
Wow.
And then he just puts the script down. He doesn't say anything else after that.
That's
And
odd.
I'm just like, how could you read something like that about your son?
And see, there was
Maybe
a
I'm-
conflicting thing there too, because it almost seemed like, I don't know if it was a slip or whatever, but when he was reading that, he said, that he had made plans beyond the holidays in what he was journaling and stuff. So I found that strange too.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Greg, where should we start on do you want to start from the very beginning on the 488 pages?
Yeah. For surely here. Pulling it up right here. If you're watching it on YouTube, you'll see it here. So page 1 is just, the one pager. This is just basically what we asked for here. Blah blah blah, their response, whoever it is. Page 2 through page 52 is the evidence chain. I thought there was a lot of good. I'm not going to go over. I'm probably going to skip these first 52 pages. There's a lot of stuff here. One thing that I noticed, I think looks like around page. Oh no, that comes in a little bit later. But if anybody wants to see, this pretty much shows you start to finish what they did with each item and when. So this really helped me with some of those dates that I was trying to figure out about. Okay, 1A is the pistol, this is when it got to them, and the chain of custody, this is the chain of custody for the BCA, so this is when they got it. So I don't know. On 1/18/2015, the laboratory received from a crime scene collection, and then it goes through all of these items. So again, unless anybody has any specific things on the first 52 pages there, I'm going to go ahead and skip that.
Okay.
And on to 52. Alright. 52, how do you do? So 53. One thing I noticed, I think, or somewhere around here on page 53, is they say that nobody has been charged in this. And that really stuck out. I thought that was an interesting one. For anyone that doesn't know, we're going through the BCA 488 page data file. This is the most recent file that we got. And there's a lot of interesting data in here. A lot of this stuff, when I was first writing my book, I did not get to put a lot of this in there. So what I've been doing in the last week or so, and what I'm going to probably end up doing for the next couple weeks, is going back through these documents and just adding in a lot of these little tidbits. I posted a few in the group too, so we'll see how far we can actually get to discussing those. Now, this thing about the beast, right? It says, I will put a note in the beast. And the beast is just like a big database, right? Have you guys heard of this before?
Yeah, I mean,
No.
that's what I would assume, is that, yes, it's their database, their data bank.
Yeah, I remember Alex Jones talking about this long time ago, and I was like, what is this guy talking about, the beast? But it's supposed to be this, like, big database. So it's real. It's all real. All right. Anything so far here? Let's see. I'm just going to go page by page through this. At some point, we're going to slow down a little bit. But here on page 55 is the only mention of the FBI, even though we were told that the FBI was not involved in this at all. They weren't involved in the investigation, etc., etc. Here you have the FBI and the staties too, right? That's what Christopher Olsen looks like. He's a state cop, state.mn.us. So that was so even though
they only claim that the state cops weren't involved.
Right. The state cops told us that, right? We had nothing to do
and
with this.
the only thing that they contacted the FBI for was David's fingerprint card, and they didn't even get the original. They got a copy, and the FBI told them that if they wanted or needed the original to make sure that they got a good comparison, just to contact them and they would be happy to send it, but they never did.
Right. You're right. Yep. It says, "Hey Chris, this
May
is from."
I ask?
Go ahead.
Because I haven't seen any talk about this. Did they use luminol at all?
It wasn't luminol. It was something called amino black, and it does the same thing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If I can make this a little bigger. Yeah, good question. I mean, these are a lot of questions that people ask, and there are people that want to ask these questions but don't want to get, they don't want to feel stupid. And I just want people to know there are no stupid questions, and people should not make you feel dumb just because you ask a question. And just because somebody answers your question doesn't mean that they're trying to make you feel dumb either. So I just want to cover both of that basis. We're all just talking here. It's the people that kind of sit back and like laugh at these questions, like, what? Why would they ask that question? All that's like, come on. We're just regular people. I don't know anything about this stuff. I'm not an investigator. I don't know anything about this. I'm learning as I go here. So I do try to be careful not to assume too much either, not to assume that other people are wrong too much either. So it's just kind of this balancing act for somebody like me, is just a complete outsider looking in here. So technically the FBI was involved, so technically they lied. But whatever, they could say they weren't involved in the investigation, whatever you want to say. Okay. So from Chris Olsen.
Technically the state was involved too.
Right. I know, right?
They denied me twice, so go figure.
That's odd. Joe Cooksley wrote, "Hey Chris, I talked to Marty in Leighton Prince. He said he thinks this can be used for comparison, and that if the actual card is needed, that it could be requested at a later time." Joe. So, could have been. And looks like that was 122.
Well, and this is what makes me so angry, because the latent prints are huge, and they just kind of toss them around as if they don't really make much difference in the case. And, Marty thinks they can be used, and if they need the card, they could request it later, but they never do. And then they say the latent prints on the copy were not, and then supposedly not legible, or they couldn't read what they pulled, and they couldn't compare it to the card. And I'm like, there's some pretty good ridge detail, on some of those prints. And it's like, how could you not match it or not match it? One of the two. And why didn't you get the original card?
That would have been nice.
Well, because the ridge detail was pretty clear, my only guess for why they couldn't match it was because it didn't match to what they had. I mean, that's just an assumption, though. I'm not stating a fact. It's just an assumption.
Right.
And let's be honest here. David and Kamel and Rainey's fingerprints should be all over that house. All over the crime scene. Well, not the crime scene, but if David was setting up the crime scene after he supposedly killed Kamel and Ronnie, his fingerprints should be there. His DNA should be there.
Yep.
But it's not.
Nope. Scrolling down. Let's see, we are going to go to...
Oh, and I want everybody to know too, and I'm going to be covering this as well in the next video I do on the latent prints. But I have contacted the BCA several times and asked them for a copy of the prints that they pulled from the crime scene, wherever they got them from. And I specifically asked for some that they didn't include, some they gave us, some they didn't, and they have not even written back to tell me to go jump off a cliff. They've just ignored all the requests, even though I sent an FOIA request. It has been completely ignored.
It took them months to even respond to my request where we got this information that we're looking at right now. I sent it off in March, and I don't think we got it until, what was it, Bragg? Was it September or October?
Yeah.
And it wasn't until they finished processing that request, like a month before we received this information, did I even get an email.
September.
I thought that I was being ignored.
Yeah, I got mine back September 20th, 2018. So, yeah.
Okay, so I'll give them a little more time then.
Give them another year. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
How dare you?
I tried to warn you about that, Catherine, that the BCA will take forever.
Girl, I have hardly any memory of what happened several months ago. It's like, so just keep refreshing my memory and telling me what you've told me before, because it's like hearing it for the first time.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Awesome. All right, here on page 57, and if anybody wants to say anything, feel free to go ahead and jump in here any time. It's fine. We're all just chatting here. We're looking at page 57 of 488, and this is from Tommy Booth. This is sent to Catherine Roach of the DPS. That's another interesting group of characters. DPS says, Good morning, Catherine. Nobody has been charged in this case, so I am giving you permission to use up some evidence in its entirety for DNA analysis. If you need anything else, please feel free to contact me. Thanks for all your hard work. Tommy Booth. And I thought that was, again, another interesting thing there, because haven't charged anybody. Well, yeah, of course you haven't charged anybody. Who are you looking for? Who could be charged? Could they charge David?
Right, and the funny thing is when you start putting all of these pieces together, because you have the police chief being quoted in the news article stating that they knew within 2 hours David was guilty, and then somewhere else where they knew in 2 weeks or a month or whatever that he was guilty, and now we have a month later, and Tommy Booth is saying, well, nobody's being charged, so use up everything for your DNA test.
Now, you were able to talk with the person who said that David was charged within hours, right? And you were able to get them to confirm that?
I talked with Detective Sergeant Gummert, and that video is posted on my YouTube channel. But the police chief himself. Oh wait, no, I know what you're talking about now. Okay. Oh geez, I'm sorry, you guys. I'm trying to catch up here. But yes, I was talking to
Nick
someone who heard it directly.
Okay.
Are you talking about Nick?
Well, no, these people, they didn't want to be tied to it. They're tied to it, but they're not tied to it. So I gave them my word that I wouldn't let anybody know who they were. But they were somebody who specifically talked to that police chief. And so, yeah. I mean, he said it. But it's like, okay, so what did you do? Were you convinced within 2 hours? You didn't even have your happy hiney over there by that time, and you knew before you got there he was guilty, or did you not know a month later? What is it?
Well, does that tie into, I don't even know if this is accurate or not, but I heard that the neighbor actually said that she believed that David had killed his family and killed himself. Can anyone verify whether that is actually true?
In the 911 call, are you talking about that?
Mm-hmm.
She speculates. I mean, she says it was either there was a murder or a suicide next door. And then she starts speculating on the dog, that the dog might have eaten these bodies. It's just like the whole thing just sounds just weird. And
That's weird. That's very weird.
I thought
Sounds
it was
like she's starting to paint the picture
Right
before anyone else even gets there.
Yeah.
Or as I've stated in the past, it was like she was handed a script.
Mhm.
And let me please say it again. It was like she was handed a script. Because we all know who listens to this.
Well, it was a
Correct.
bad script, so whatever you want to call it. It was.
Yeah, seriously.
And there was
Well,
no
it's hap-
there's no need to speculate on that. Go ahead, Pansy.
It felt like they took her word for what she